Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
It is Friday. We got a lot to unpack, and Cease, let us begin with a bit of a bombshell in the NHL world. Yesterday around 2:30.
Right.
Your initial reactions to the end of the very complicated Valeri Nichushkin era with the Avs.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Val Nichushkin. Yesterday we were speculating after the deal getting Jack Drury out of here, like, okay, if he was offered to Nashville, did Chris McFarland say no? So that was my question to Dover yesterday. It was like, okay, we know a Val Nichushkin deal is coming. We know it should be coming. We know that they need to free up money for Kale. That's why it's, I don't know, it's complicated, but for me it's less interesting because we knew it was going to happen. We knew it had to happen. You have to have money for Kale. So because the deal's done now, I was like, okay, it's not with Nashville. Wonder if that was tossed to McFarland as an idea of like, hey, we're doing all these deals together. Do you want Val? And I wonder what Chris McFarland would say about that. Probably no, or else the deal would have already been done. It's with Columbus, so that's new anyway. And it was something that had to be done because of the Cale Makar situation and because Val is no longer the player that he was when he could have won the Conn Smythe a few years ago, the last time the Avs won Lord Stanley's Cup.
Yeah, it was a strict salary dump from Joe Sakic, that's for sure. I had made comments on the station multiple times that I would have traded Valeri Nichushkin for 100 new hockey pucks. And I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was saying you needed to get off the $6.125 million for not just this year, not the year after, and the year after. He only made it halfway through that 8-year, $49 million contract he signed with the Avs when you mentioned he could have won the Conn Smythe after 2022.
And you felt so good back then. You know what I mean? Like,
top of the
wrap
world.
him up. He's ours. He's forever ours. And then everything just continued to fall apart. And here we are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot to unpack because the trade itself is a salary dump. I think everyone can agree on that. You get 3 draft picks back from Columbus, a second rounder in the NHL draft, which will take place this weekend, a couple future picks as well. But where do you begin? Where do you begin with this guy? Because 22, you talk about, he was arguably their best player, could have won the Conn Smythe.
Yeah.
They pick him over Kadri. They give him the huge extension. And that was the best it ever got with Val Nichushkin. Because then you go to 23. You're in Seattle. You're trying to defend your cup. And that situation, you've done this a long time, Cease. I've done this a long time. That's still the most bizarre story I think I've ever covered.
Yeah.
You got police reports. You got 911 calls. You got body cam footage. You got him disappearing in the middle of a playoff series. You've got a woman on camera saying a bad man stole her passport. And he just gets whisked away. And the Avalanche have dreams of going back-to-back.
All right.
And next thing you know, you're losing to the Kraken in round 1. So let's just start there. We can get to what happened the next year because it happened all again against Dallas in round 2 when he gets suspended for 6 months. But you've done this forever. You've done a lot of Broncos in your life, obviously, a lot of scandals, a lot of off-the-field stuff.
Yeah.
Is Valeri Nichushkin the weirdest story you've ever covered, or in your top 3, in your top 5?
It's among there, right? Of the top 5, 3 like weirdest stories that just happen in sports. And with Val, you have to wonder, did the decision to pay him, and I read your article at DenverSports.com, and you had mentioned this, so I want to bring it up with you since the author is right here in front of me. Did that cost him a dynasty? Did that cost him back-to-back? Did that cost him a chance to go 2 out of 3 or whatever the case may be? Because, again, go back to the time of when the Val deal was done and everyone feels great. Like, oh, my God, these guys are a powerhouse wagon. They're going to be here forever. And then the Seattle thing. And do I need to mention the alleged or rumblings about like Russian mafia stuff and all that kind of stuff. Like, it was very, very bizarre. So how bizarre is it? Top 3, top 5, number 1? Sure, incredibly. But I also go to what you asked in your article. Did that move kind of cost them the chance to win multiple Stanley Cups?
I think it did. I think it did for sure. In a different timeline, a different universe, none of this ever happens, and the Avs have 2 or 3 rings in the Makar and McKinnon era. They maybe have matched Sakic and Forsberg and Waugh. They maybe have passed Sakic and Forsberg and Waugh, and we're talking about this coming season, they're going for their 4th in 6 years. Because those 2 years, he disappeared against Seattle. You lose to the Kraken in 7. Incredibly disappointing.
Yeah.
And you'll remember at the time, Cease, the splits were ridiculous. They were winning like 80% of their games with this guy and 50% without him.
Yeah.
And none of us ever said he was the quote-unquote best player, but we said maybe he's the most important player because just look at their winning percentage when he's on the ice and not. And then the next year, I will never forget it, man. I'm sitting at Ball Arena, round 2, Avs Stars, about 4:30 in the afternoon. The Avs are down 2-1. You got to win that game at home, get that thing to 2-2. And we get an email from the NHL. Valeri Nichushkin's been suspended a minimum of 6 months.
And you're at Ball Arena.
And I'm at Ball Arena, and the buzz just going around, and everyone's trying to figure out what happened. And obviously, he violated the terms of the NHL and NHLPA program. And that game that night was one of the worst playoff hockey games I had ever seen the Avs play. You know why? Because they were as stunned as the media was.
Yeah.
The dude was at morning skate.
Right.
And then 3:34 in the afternoon, he gets suspended for 6 months. They come out. They fall flat on their face. No energy in the crowd. They go down 3-1. They manage to steal Game 5 in Dallas. They come back here, losing double OT, Matt Duchene, and another championship season derailed. So, yeah, I think it's fair to wonder if Val didn't have these off-ice issues. And, again, we're all rooting for him to get healthy, and it seems like he has the last couple of years. He's played, and that's great. I don't think you ever beat addiction, but I think you can keep addiction under control.
It's a daily battle.
It's a daily battle, but for this moment, he has done it, so kudos to him, applause to him.
Yep.
But you look at 23 and 24, these didn't happen in November and December, dude. They happened in the Stanley Cup playoffs in title years. So, yeah, I think in a sense it's oversimplifying to say he derailed a dynasty, but he was part of that.
He was part of that derailment. I think that's a very fair assessment of it. So there's a million things to get into with this Nichushkin deal. 1, it was expected. 2, it's a salary dump, as we know. And then 3, just looking back on it, like, is that the biggest reason why things fell astray? Is that the biggest reason? And Nichushkin and kind of staying clean has provided him with lesser play, I guess is the best way to put it. They are correlated. You mentioned that in your article as well. It's like it's hard not to think these two things aren't correlated because he cleans up his life and then on the ice, what do you have last year? 40 points?
49, but
49 points.
You're paying a guy more than $6 million.
Right.
He doesn't even crack 50 points.
Yeah, so he doesn't even get 50 points and you're paying him all that money. So it's got a million things to go with here, and then also the compensation. I'm already seeing it on our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Ponda. Our hockey lady, Mel, says the return for Val was terrible in this trade market. So, you have to think, did they get Super Joe get everything that he could?
He got $11 million in cap space.
He got $11 million in cap space, but I know Avs fans, and Mel's the biggest one, they're not very happy with the return. My answer to that is, you had to get him off the books, right?
Exactly. Wait and see.
And
what if that cap space turns into Dylan Larkin?
One more suspension, and he's done playing in the NHL. So the fact that you were able to get more than a bag of 100 pucks for him, I think takes some, a little bit of a round of applause there of like, hey, they got something for him because it was going to be very complicated to move him no matter if it was Nashville, Columbus, or wherever.
And also, it's June 26th. What happens if this $11 million in cap space turns into another superstar, another household name? Are people going to be saying they didn't get enough? No. They got off the money so they could spend the money elsewhere. I promise your listeners this. They're not going into next season with $11 million in cap space.
No.
That's not going to happen. They're going to get right up against it like they always do. And so I would encourage people to wait and see. But, yeah, we'll get back to this because when a day like yesterday happens, I think the initial gut is, what does it mean for right now? What does it mean for right now? Because that's what people care about. But with a player like Nichushkin, you have to take that deep dive and comb through
you have to look
everything
back.
that happened in an extremely complicated Avalanche career. All right, let's do some Tribe roll call. Hit us up where you're from, 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line, the YouTube chat as well. Where are you hanging out on this Friday? Where are you listening? We will give some shout-outs for sure. In the meantime, the Broncos added a big playmaker this offseason in Jalen Waddle, but how much did that change the national narrative of this Denver offense? According to Bill Barnwell, very, very little. We'll explain why next.
With another NBA franchise icon being traded, should that concern Nuggets fans when it comes to Nikola Jokic?
If there's one lesson to take away from this monster Giannis deal, franchise icons can be moved. And the franchise icon can get to a point where the franchise is crumbling around him and you have no choice but to move him like the Bucks just did. And it's a cautionary tale about if you're the Nuggets, handle up on your business.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, Robbie Andino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases and 300 trials. My entire family's military, and I want to carry that legacy over to helping you grunts and officers out. If you've got a divorce going on, or you got a domestic violence, or heck, if you've even been put in handcuffs, give me a ring immediately. I've never lost a DV trial. That leads me to be a beast in a courtroom, in a divorce case, in a custody case. Let's face it, the paper-pushing telephone softies can't compete. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or give me a ring, 720-706-5151.
I've been endorsing Advanced Tax Solutions for almost a decade now because I trust them when it comes to helping people get out of jams with the IRS and back into the system. I've talked directly to clients of Advanced Tax Solutions, people who save thousands and thousands of dollars in resolutions negotiated by Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd Whalen is my guy there. He's the founder, over 30 years experience working with, negotiating with, and if necessary, battling with the IRS. Call Advanced Tax Solutions at 303-753-6040 and at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
So the Broncos added a big-time playmaker in Jalen Waddle. How much did that change the national narrative on this offense? Well, according to ESPN's Bill Barnwell, not all that much. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cease. Cease, how well do you know Bill Barnwell, follow his work? It feels like he's become a pretty big part of ESPN's NFL coverage.
Yeah, I've known Bill for a while. I like Bill. He's very smart about what he does. I happen to completely disagree with him on this Broncos take, but he's a good guy that does hard work, so I appreciate his work.
All right, well, he comes out with his rankings of playmakers yesterday. Okay, so this is playmakers, but we got to be clear. We're removing the QBs from this list. So this is running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. Where do the Broncos rank in the NFL? And you start to think about it. You go, okay, running back, you've got Dobbins. When healthy, has potential to be a top 5 guy. According to him, can be a top 1 guy. That's what he told Luke Evans from the Denver Post. Wide receiver, you added Jalen Waddle. You have Cortland Sutton, who's been very consistent year in and year out. Tight end, Evan Ingram had a lot of hype, didn't deliver in year 1, but there's some people who think he's going to deliver in year 2 under Davis Webb.
Yeah, Davis Webb is a big reason why, and out at mandatory minicamp and OTAs, I think in the offseason we always look for drum beats. That's what I've called it, and drum beats are something where you hear it in May, you hear it in June, you have a break, then you hear it again in July. Like, what are the drum beats? The drum beat this offseason is very consistent about Evan Ingram. Does it mean everything? No. Does it mean nothing? No. But it is a drumbeat, and it has been consistent. So I think there's a little fan excitement around Evan Ingram because of Davis Webb, but also no, there's real, boots on the ground, eyes on the field, Kev Kistner, others that say, hey, Evan Ingram has been performing and looks different than he did a year ago.
Well, I've got some good news and bad news.
Okay.
The bad news, the Broncos are 23rd in the NFL on this list from Bill Barnwell. The only teams they are in front of are the Dolphins, stink, Giants, stink, Browns, stink, the Bills, kind of surprising, the Panthers, Commanders, Raiders, Titans, and Texans. Obviously, Buffalo is a potential title contender, perhaps Houston as well, but other than those two, that is pretty bleak company for the Broncos.
And I don't like it for Buffalo or Houston either. Not only is this, I don't like Bill's opinion on the Broncos, I don't like it for Houston because they've got more playmakers than people think. And then Buffalo, they do have more playmakers, but they've been trying to find. That's why the DJ Moore deal goes down. And you've had some offseason additions, 3 receivers specifically we'll talk about, Jalen Waddle, DJ Moore, and then A.J. Brown. It seems like one of those guys is getting a bump for his team, and the other 2, mainly DJ Moore and Jalen Waddle, are not.
Yeah, the Patriots moved. They were 30th on this list in 2025. Barnwell bumped them to 10.
Wow.
For
one guy.
For one guy, more or less. You know where the Broncos were last year? 23. They had Jalen Waddle, and they're still at 23. Did not move up a spot, did not move back a spot. I think that's a whiff. I think that's undervaluing Waddle. Barnwell did about Waddle. The only concern with him is injury, given that he missed games and hobbled through others in 23 and 24. He should settle in as the 1A ahead of Cortland Sutton. I wrote in my article at DenverSports.com, that seems a bit unfair considering Waddle played 45 of a possible 51 games over the last 3 seasons on poor Miami teams. So if you want to ding Dobbins for the injury stuff, I get it.
Right.
But Jalen Waddle's played 45 of 51. I think you take that percentage if you're a fan. A guy playing about 90% of your football games.
Especially when, I don't know who needs to hear this, but Jalen Waddle's tiny. I made fun of people at OTAs who are like, the first observations of Jalen Waddle was like, he's really small. I'm like, you don't know Jalen Waddle then. Like, he's always been small. He's never been big. Like, I don't know why that was such a thing. But
well, I was filling in for Dover when that happened. I gave you a little pushback on that.
Yeah.
Because I said, Cease, this is our first time getting eyes on him. And you said, not mine. And I said, true, that's fair. But it did seem across the media, everyone was
Yes.
like, oh, he's small.
How small is he? And because of that, he has to play banged up. He's just going to. I guarantee this year, Jalen Waddle is going to play banged up. Where we're going to know, like, oh, there's a little ankle thing, there's a little wrist thing, whatever it is, that he's not right, but he's playing through it. So Barnwell's highlighting that. But again, to be able to bump New England up that much, New England, I mean, I would take Cortland Sutton over Romeo Doubs 10 times over 10. If you say A.J. Brown's better than Jalen Waddle, okay, whatever. What about Romeo Doubs? What about Keyshawn Butte? What about Mac Hollins? I would take Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, and Cortland Sutton over those three easily. And if we look at the Broncos' backfield, that's better than Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson, provided that he's healthy. Hunter Henry's pretty good, but Evan Ingram might be pretty good this year, so that may be a wash there. I don't know how you move the Patriots from 30 to 10, and the Broncos stay at 23. That's a miss by my buddy Bill Barnwell.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. And again, quarterback not being in this certainly changes things an awful lot, because if Josh Allen was ranked in this, the Bills certainly wouldn't be behind the Broncos. They would be in the mid-teens, I would assume, somewhere, and not at 26 or whatever they are on this list. Let me hit you with the top 5 on this real quick, too.
Okay.
He's got the 49ers at 5, which is obviously a little curious with the Ayuk situation getting weirder and weirder by the day. And I know Ayuk hasn't been a part of them for a while, but when I think of that team, I think of Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle.
Yep.
Well, 2 of those 4 are gone.
Yep.
Samuel's gone. Ayuk will never play another snap in San Francisco.
Ayuk's going to the Commanders.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll ever play another snap in the NFL. I mean,
He'll be on the Commanders this summer.
Some of his behavior is a little concerning, a little alarming.
I think with what's going on in the NFL right now,
there's
I think there's a lot of players that have concerning behavior.
He's got the Falcons at 4.
What?
He's got the Atlanta Falcons at number 4.
Okay, let's break that one down. Bijan Robinson is their Christian McCaffrey, so that makes a lot of sense. Kyle Pitts just gets that new big deal. He's an incredible tight end, whatever. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Drake London's all right, I guess. Atlanta 4.
Broncos at 23 and the Falcons
Atlanta
at 4.
With 2 left-handed quarterbacks that both suck.
Well, again, QBs don't count on this list.
Damn it!
It's just the playmakers.
Okay, so Bijan Robinson, Brian Robinson, Drake London, and I dare anyone to name Atlanta's number 2 receiver. His name's Jahan Dotson. Penn State. He was KJ Hamler's understudy at Penn State. If y'all remember KJ Hamler. So their second receiver is a guy most everyone's forgotten about.
He's got the Bengals at 3.
That makes sense.
T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, obviously.
Yeah.
He's got the LA Rams at 2.
That makes sense.
And he's got the Detroit Lions as the best playmakers in the NFL.
Okay. Jameer Gibbs will do that to you. So will Amon-Ra St. Brown, the sun god.
Sam Laporta,
Jameson Williams. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
But
that makes sense.
I do think he is, I don't know, I think he's fallen into that trap that a lot of the national media is following in, that they think this Broncos defense is excellent.
Yeah.
They think Bo Nix has all the potential in the world. Everyone's obviously, of course, a little worried about the ankle. But there just doesn't seem to be a lot of respect for offensive skill guys on this roster. And
no.
The validation is them being 23 in the league.
Well, and that's the thing. If you look at their skill positions and take the quarterback out of it, which I know is going to be hard for everyone to do, including me, you just go, okay, I get it. Their offense had too many 3-and-outs. The defense leads the way. Like, that's why this season, whereas the defense can maintain its greatness, you need the offense to pick it up, man. You need the receivers to stop dropping passes. You need to make a play after the catch. You need running backs that can break tackles. You need to be prepared when J.K. Dobbins gets hurt, because he's going to get hurt. And I feel that they are ready for that. So it's about proving it. It's all great on paper. It's all great when you talk about it, but you have not proven it yet. And once the Broncos are able to do that, if they're able to do that this year, then I have a feeling next year Bill Barnwell will have them in the teens. I'm trying to be somewhat optimistic while also being realistic. Like, they'll be in the teens, right? They should have been in the teens this year. They should have been higher than that this year. But still, like, next year, if they prove themselves and everyone goes, oh my God, Bo Nix in the offense, that's what we're facing right now. What we're facing is the defense is going to be fine and more than fine, and the defense is going to check everyone's box. Broncos defense is still legit, right? It's that offense that needs to make the difference. Think of it in a similar way like Houston. Houston has a lot to prove. C.J. Stroud himself has a lot to prove. People went overboard about Stroud a couple of years ago, and then last year he took a big step back. People have yet to go overboard about Bo Nix, and he hasn't taken any steps back, and he's taken another stride forward this season, but it's still that same amount of disrespect to C.J. Stroud. Stroud just everyone went nuts for because he's not Bryce Young, and Bryce Young turned out to not be that bad. So I think there's some things where once you see it, then it'll be more tangible. Until you see it, guys like Bill Barnwell aren't going to respect it.
Yeah, and I'm not a Bo Nix hater. I'm a huge Bo Nix fan. You say he hasn't taken any steps back. Well, the 4th and 5th ankle surgeries of his lifetime, one could argue, were a bit of a step back.
How so?
There's only so many times you can get open up
I
before
know.
it's just a chronic issue.
I know. And it was bone spurs on the last one.
Correct. Bo revealed that at his press conference.
And I'm glad that he revealed that because I think, and yes, I would categorize you in this category as well. I think we all kind of need to step back from that a little bit. I was the one saying it. I was the one just like you saying like, oh my God, you're cutting it 5 times. That's a problem. It's bone spurs. God, Sean Payton caused this, by the way. We wouldn't have any of this confusion had Sean Payton not said, oh, it's not degenerative. What's the word he used? What the hell's the word that he used about Bo Nix's ankle? It wasn't degenerative.
Predisposed.
Predisposed, yes. If he hadn't ever said predisposed, I think a lot of us would have been a little more level-headed about this whole thing.
Well, I don't think Bo would have ever called his own press conference to refute his own
The
head
Broncos
coach.
wouldn't have called all of us to tell us what to say because Sean said something wrong. Like, we'd avoided all this whole mess. So because it was bone spurs on that last one, that's not a step back. He hasn't missed any games. Like, he's not throwing more picks. He's not running less because of the ankle. That's not a step back. That's a potential cause for concern. It's not a step back.
He did miss one game that was very, very important. It was the difference between all of us going to Santa Clara and not. So he missed one. He missed an AFC title
But that's
game.
not a step back. A step back is what C.J. Stroud did last year.
Yeah, but you could have played in the Super Bowl if he never broke his ankle.
But that's not a step back. I don't want to get into semantics here. It's not a step back when he misses a game because he's hurt.
I'm a little scarred still by the AFC title game.
You
Which
should
I know
be
you
because
are
Jared
as well.
Stidham's out there.
Yeah, well, we'll get a little into Stiddy later today. Andrew Mason writing about how Sam Ehlinger, which I've been saying, there is a backup QB
Why didn't you write that article?
Why
didn't you write that article?
Mace told
Did
me
he
he was
steal
going to
it?
dive into it.
Did he steal it from you?
He might have. All these people tell me nothing to see here. I think there's a little something to see here. We'll get into that. But last season, the Broncos did have some statement wins, beating the Eagles, the comeback against the Giants. We will talk about those, and you can tell us any that we are missing because we want to answer this question. Do they still need statement wins, or are they the team to beat to make a statement? That conversation's next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975. Don't miss the Tree Farms Gardener's Sale going on now. Get up to 30% off all sizes of evergreen trees, including pine, spruce, upright, juniper, and more. Or get up to 30% off all sizes of shade and flowering trees, including linden, maple, crabapple, honey locust, and a lot more. And get 20% off all ornamental grasses and thousands of hardy perennials to choose from. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is STEAL. Text STEAL to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's STEAL to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, so last season the Broncos had some statement wins, beating the Eagles, the comeback against the Giants. Do they still need statement wins, or are they a team others try to beat to make a statement? It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cease. I really love this conversation that the fellas came up with because it is interesting, the whole hunter versus hunted thing. And we just got done talking about Bill Barnwell, had the Broncos skill position players ranked at 23 in the NFL. Are they the hunters, or are they now the hunted, Cease?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they're the hunted. You go to the AFC Championship game, yes, with Jarrett Stidham and the stupid chest pass, which will live on in infamy. That's worse than Jake Plummer's left-handed pass that got picked off. So somewhere John Davis is like shaking his fist at me and be like, that's right, Cease. But to me, I think they're no longer going to sneak up on anybody. Another reason why the offense needs to be much better. Another reason why Jalen Waddle and Davis Webb and this Evan Ingram thing, it all needs to work. J.K. Dobbins needs to stay healthy because you're no longer going to be the plucky team that can kind of hang around and then win at the end because your quarterback's, nails. Because your quarterback is nails.
He is.
So because of that, you're going to be the hunted, and teams are going to go, oh, we don't think your offense can do it. Yeah, your defense is concerning. They're going to be more on the attack. I think too many teams last year, and we can go through some of their games if you'd like, the teams would kind of let their foot off the gas, allowing the Broncos to come back into the game. Bo Nix is nails, and because of that, you can't really do that. You've got to continue to put your foot on the gas when you play against the Broncos, and I think this season, because of that, because of what they did last year, they are now the hunted. It's a different perspective.
I agree with that, but I also do think that we don't have to go real far in the schedule to say when they can make a statement. I'm looking at Monday, September 14th in Arrowhead. You can make a statement in week 1 if you are the Broncos. You go into Arrowhead. Imagine the hype in that building. We've seen a lot of World Cup games there. It's going to match those atmospheres. Maybe not be quite as good, but it's going to be electric. It's a primetime game. Everyone's tuned in because hope springs eternal. It's the season opener. And, oh, by the way, here comes Patrick Mahomes returning from his knee injuries. Here comes Travis Kelce, and what's likely his last year is now a married man. Can almost guarantee you Taylor Swift will be in the house, whether or not she's covered by a bulletproof shield when she walks in. But, that game, I'm already getting chills thinking about it. Because Arrowhead's a tough place to play. But if you go into Arrowhead and establish that last year was not the fluke, that you are the new team to beat in the AFC West, I think they make a statement right away. Because you know what all the talking heads are going to do that morning? They're going to pick the Chiefs in that football game.
Yeah.
They're going to pick the Chiefs.
You're going to see the screen, and all those logos are going to be KC Arrowheads at the bottom.
What if you go in there and not only win, but you win in pretty convincing fashion? Because Mahomes looks rusty. Kelce looks old. Your defense looks
Kenneth
awesome.
Walker's all they got. You
Exactly.
know what I mean?
And you just are stuffing him up the middle. You get a lead. They got to pass. What if you go into Arrowhead and win 24-10 on Monday Night Football? Then I think you do make a statement. And the root of this conversation is, can they make statements this year? Yeah, I think week 1 is the perfect example of what a statement win would look like.
Yeah, a statement there against Kansas City. Honestly, a statement against Jacksonville. I think it's a statement more for them.
Right, considering what they did to you last year in your own barn.
Jacksonville handled them. The Jaguars are the only team that really kicked their ass.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have something to say about that. And you're not Buffalo. You know what the funny thing about Buffalo is they lose in the playoffs because that's just what Buffalo does. And then in the regular season the next year, they get their revenge against Kansas City, or this time probably against Denver. What's that, on Christmas? Yeah, on Christmas. I've already predicted that's going to be an L because Buffalo does that. They're going to lose in the playoffs, but they're going to beat you in the regular season because they get revenge. So, yeah, it's a little bit of revenge for Denver in week 2. But I think Kansas City, the Rams, the 49ers, Seahawks, of those 6 games, you have 3 of them that are complete statement games. And honestly, brother, I think all 6 of them could be statement games.
And if they use those 6 games to get off to a fast start, something that has not happened very often or at all in the Sean Payton era, then I think you announce to the league, once again, you're a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
Because I think most people look at this and go, ooh, they're going to be 3-3, maybe 2-4 after their first 6 games. And the good news is the middle of the schedule is so soft that if they're 2-4, there will be plenty of people that want to write them off. This team could rattle off a 7 or 8 game winning streak. If they're 2-4, don't jump ship. Now, if they're 1-5, I might jump ship. But if they're 2-4, I'll still feel okay.
Okay.
3-3 is what I said they need to be. But imagine they go 4-2 or 5-1, and they beat these contenders: the Chiefs, the Jaguars, the Rams, the 49ers, the Chargers, and the Seahawks. Then you're announcing to the NFL, not only are you a contender, you're the best team in the league.
Right.
If you come out of this at 4-2, 5-1, every single power ranking in the country needs to have the Denver Broncos at number 1.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They can control their own destiny. They can control their own narrative because right now, do you know the most painful thing that you're revealing today?
What's that?
The national audience or analysts or fans, people outside of Denver, let's just say that, they think Denver's frauds. They think the Broncos are frauds. They already don't like Bo Nix or don't believe that Bo Nix is a franchise quarterback. But what you're saying and kind of what we're going over this morning is like, yeah, there's people, we're doing Kansas City radio and we're full of barbecue, right? We really worried about the Broncos? They haven't, again, on paper, Jalen Waddle looks really good on paper. You and I are doing Rams radio, right? Amanda's yelling at us. Are we really worried about the Broncos yet? I mean, just think of the other perspective. The Broncos aren't really dangerous. Not to them. We think they are. We think they can be. But teams and people in other cities, you're in Seattle, you're the Super Bowl champions. Hey, you got to go to Denver in week 6 and October 15th and play the Broncos. Yeah, we got that.
Thursday Night Football, short week on the road.
Yeah, short week on the road, Prime Video, Prime Vision. If you're a Seattle fan, you're like, yeah, we got that. Denver is seen as a fluke. They're seen as last year being the fluke. They're not seen as they're here to stay. We think they're here to stay. We think they're a Super Bowl contender so long as they have the combination of Sean Payton and Bo Nix. And with Sean Payton's new deal, that's going to be here a minute. So we think they're here to stay. But nationally, people don't think that.
No, I think you're making a great point. I think if you tuned into a sports talk station in KC right now, they'd say, yeah, we're going to win week 1.
Oh, yeah.
If you're listening in Jacksonville, they're going to go, well, we did it last year. We'll do it again this year.
We can do it again now.
If you're the Rams, you're going, we're going to hoist Lombardi. We'll beat Denver in Denver. San Francisco, that one maybe not quite as much. But
is that a statement game?
I'm kind of out on the Niners. I think they kind of got old in a heartbeat, and I think their division is ridiculously brutal.
Right.
I mean, their ceiling in the NFC is, what, a 7 seed? Maybe a 6? They're not going to finish higher in the standings than the Rams or the Seahawks.
Yeah.
So their ceiling is get a wild card and try to win 3 on the road. But then the Chargers, we know what happened last year in SoFi. Of course, Bo and Cortland can't hook up, missed by about an inch, and you lose on a walk-off kick. And then Seattle, they're the Super Bowl champs. They're riding high. So I would agree with you that 5 of those 6 markets are looking at the Broncos as a win, with San Francisco probably a bit of a coin flip.
Yeah, and San Francisco's the one that nationally I think they would see as like a statement game. What a quality opponent. You and I are like, I'm so over the 49ers, and I'm so over the Lions. And by the way, I'm over the Bills as well. It's you can't talk forever. You got to seal the deal. We got all the talent. We can make a run. You didn't do anything, Buffalo. You didn't do anything, Detroit. You didn't do anything, San Francisco. You got to kick in the door. And the Broncos are right there, even though people don't think so. It's time for them not to be the team that we talk about. It's time for them to be the team that goes and wins the whole damn thing.
Well, and you got to go hoist Lombardi. To your point, Detroit, Dan Campbell infamously said it. I don't know if we'll ever get back here again.
Yeah.
After that absurdly bad NFC title game loss. San Francisco, what's the knock on Kyle Shanahan?
Can't win the big one.
Can't win the big one.
Right.
Buffalo, Josh
Same thing.
Allen, he could be Dan Marino when it's all said and done and never have a Lombardi. So you want to skip steps. You want to get a Lombardi in this era, much like the Seahawks. Skipped a lot of steps last year, 60-1 going into the year, and then they win the whole thing. All right, do the Broncos need to play faster next year under Davis Webb? Interesting article from Ben Solak. We'll pass along the details next.
The Colorado Avalanche have made a major move.
So we have some breaking news.
The Avs have traded veteran forward Valeri Nichushkin to the Columbus Blue Jackets, ending a 7-year run in burgundy and blue. In return, they get 3 draft picks, giving them 10 total ahead of Friday night's draft. What does this mean for the rest of the offseason? And what additional moves does Super Joe have up his sleeve? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper sharper at work, be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and you can get a richer looking lawn with Rich Lawn. Using the organic-based fertilizer Rich Lawn Turf Food, you'll get greener grass and build your soil for a beautiful yard. And while you're at it, don't forget to check out Revive, the treatment to revitalize your lawn for deeper roots and deeper watering. Rich Lawn and Revive products are available at Home Depot or your local gardening center. With Rich Lawn and Revive products, you'll have your yard ready in no time.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Whatever the forecast, aches and pains can cloud up a perfect day. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief. So you're ready for sunny skies ahead. Use as directed.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Vantage Security Systems. Invest in real security for your home or business.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Lots of good reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Plenty about the Val-Nichushkin trade, what we will get back to throughout the show. We're talking Broncos the last couple segments, and Cease, I think Doug chimes in with an interesting text. Okay. He says, there's a reason people outside of 104.3 The Fan don't think the Broncos are good. They won 10 games last year against 12 of the worst teams in the NFL. They beat the Chargers without Herbert. Houston
bunch
without
of one-score
Stroud,
wins, right.
Yada, yada, yada. What do you say back to Doug, who says you guys need to be honest and quit being homers?
How is that being homer when both you and I said they'd win 13 games, then they won 14? You know what I mean? Like, they won the games that were on their schedule. Did they beat up on bad teams? Yeah. Was it as bad as New England? No. The Broncos actually beat some quality opponents along the way last season. But this season is a fresh year. So as far as, like, everyone needs to look at these guys realistically. Realistically, they're a Super Bowl contender. Full stop. I don't know how you can see it any differently, and that's not any sort of homerism. And as I often say, and I don't know, people take issue with it, I'm not a Broncos fan. I just like football, and I love football, and I'm going to tell you this team is really good.
You call it like you see it.
This team is in position to win a Super Bowl. Now, they have to go do it. Because on paper, it doesn't matter. None of this stuff matters because it's on paper. Their defense is awesome. We already know that. That's proven. The offense needs to be much, much, much better this year.
Yeah, and I appreciate Doug's text, but it's funny that we get called homers when a lot of time on this very station we get called too negative.
Well, and just bringing up Bo Nix's ankle, because you and I, we're not that far apart on how we see it, right? Nope. I think the bone spur thing kind of changed me a little bit. Like, oh, it's not a big deal. Why in the... Alex, I'm this close. It's Friday. There's another F word that's, starts like Friday. But, like, why in the world are we worried about this? However, when you and I bring that up, do you see the text line?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you guys hate Bo Nix. What? Oh, my God. Stop. Please stop.
You can't please everyone. One more before we get to this Davis Webbs thing. From the 0186, hey, Cecil, why are you still high on Sean Payton? What's he won outside of one Super Bowl in his career? And if he's so hot, why was he still under contract with the Saints but working in the broadcast booth and not coaching the team?
That's a large conversation that I don't think we have time for.
Yeah.
As far as like, why was Sean out of the league for 1 year and still on the Saints? Oh, for the love of God. That's this, and I'm going to try, and I didn't see the text, so I'm going to try to stay somewhat grounded. That's probably something about stupid Bountygate. It's my guess, because you still get that from time to time. You say anything good about Sean Payton and be like, yeah, but he was Bountygate. Every team was doing it. The Saints were just stupid enough to get caught. If that's what you believe. But every team in the league was doing bounties. Are you kidding me? Stop. We gotta stop pretending, because people that don't like Sean Payton, they'll be like, oh, but he did the bounties. Just like your favorite coach, name your favorite coach. Andy Reid? You know what Andy Reid's probably done? Bounties. You know how I know that? Because they're in the NFL. Every team does bounties, or did bounties, I should say. Maybe still do. Who knows? But I think we still get Sean Payton hate of like, oh, what's he won? All right. Okay.
Well,
congratulations.
I'll just take my cue from Mark Schlereth. They were a dumpster fire for a decade.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton's turned this thing around. I mean, the graph is just up with Sean, including 14-3. So you can dislike Sean's personality. You can find it suspicious that he was suspended for a year, that he was on the Fox set for a year, missed 2 full NFL seasons. Or you can take my approach and go, I'll deal with all the baggage because the dude wins games. Anyone in your life who has a lot of baggage but performs, they're going to get the benefit of the doubt. And Sean Payton clearly performed. Speaking of that, he did give up play calling this offseason. And Ben Solak wonders if the Broncos can play faster under Davis Webb. He writes, quote, a simplified huddle process could help the Broncos avoid plays in which they're snapping the ball late in the play clock. On snaps occurring with 5 or fewer seconds on the play clock, the Broncos were 24th in yards per play, 25th in EPA per play. Some of that is selection bias. The Broncos won a ton of games last season, and with big second-half leads come later snaps as they try to drain as much game clock as possible. But I think it's really fascinating that everyone's like, oh, can you get Ingram involved? How are you going to feature Waddle? What's the plan for Mims? Maybe this transition is all about the offensive coordinator is 30 years younger than the head coach, and things are just going to go faster and be more smooth.
Yep, and that's the thing. Pace is the thing that Bo Nix wants to do. And that pacing, that tempo being used as a weapon is something Sean Payton was reluctant to do. And I think this year, you're going to see a different-looking Broncos offense. I've said it multiple times, like, y'all think you know Bo Nix? You think you know this Sean Payton offense? You've seen about 60% of it. And you might have seen about 60% of Bo. Like, how much more meat on the bone is there with Bo Nix? Is Bo Nix closer to his ceiling than, let's say, Caleb Williams? Yeah, Bo's done more. And you could say Caleb's ceiling, because of his physical talent, is higher than Bo Nix's ceiling, but Bo is closer to his ceiling, and Bo's done more, so he's ahead of Caleb right now. And everyone's got potential. You got to reach your potential. How does Bo Nix reach his potential? I think that's tempo. I think that's exactly what this article highlights, of how tempo can be used as a weapon, and how the Broncos really were reluctant to do that with Bo Nix a year ago.
Oh, yeah, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing to watch. We just finished talking about these first 6 games. If they go 4-2 or 5-1, Davis Webb is going to be the toast of the NFL. Mm-hmm. With all due respect to Vance Joseph, the hottest coaching candidate on the Broncos is not going to be VJ anymore. It's going to be Davis Webb. Whereas if you go to the other side of the coin and they start 2-4 or 1-5, Sean's going to rip that thing back, and he's going to take play calling back. And Davis Webb is going to be not fired, anything like that.
Yeah.
But he's no longer going to be this hot commodity all of a sudden. You know, has the most on the line in the first 6 games of this gauntlet schedule is the offensive coordinator. It's Davis Webb.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, because it'll be like Johnny Morton last year with the Lions. Last year, he was the play caller, and Dan Campbell took that play calling away from him around week 8. So we've already seen it with the Sean Payton disciple, and we saw it a year ago, and now guess where Johnny Moe's at? He's here. He's back to yell at Marvin Mims. I'm sure that'll be awesome to see in training camp. But, like, for me, I don't want Davis Webb to lose that play calling duty. I want Sean Payton to maintain that patience, because in those first 6 weeks, they're probably going to be 3-3. And because of that, I don't want Sean to lose his mind. I don't want Sean to lose his way. I don't want Sean to rip that playbook, that headset, I should say, away from Davis Webb. So please, for the love of God, one of the narratives that I don't want to see, something I don't want us writing about at DenverSports.com, Sean Payton took play calling duties back. Please no. Please let Davis have the runway of the entire season, because if he does and it's successful, even if they don't make the Super Bowl, but if it's a successful season, we're looking at Davis Webb coaching somebody else next year.
Yeah, and I think, too, Vance Joseph, I hate to say it, but that window may have come and gone. If he didn't get hired the last 2 offseasons, what more does this defense have to do to get VJ another chance to be a head coach in this league?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Webb is going to be this young rising star, quote-unquote, or if he does rip the play calling away, people are going to say, you made a mistake firing your buddy Joe Lombardi because you were in control with Joe.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Sean could just manipulate Joe however he wanted. He could use – am I wrong? I wrong?
No.
Joe was just a – what was Joe's quote when he got fired? Sometimes Sean gets in those moods and fires people. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what it was.
That's pretty much what he said, yeah.
Whereas with Webb – this guy's not getting fired if they're off to a bad start, but his stock will go down, much like Morton's went down in Detroit.
Yeah.
If it doesn't go well. So I'm with you. I hope they're 4-2 or 5-1, and it's a non-story. But if the record is flipped, you better believe that'll be the top headline at DenverSports.com. Davis Webb gets stripped of his play calling duties. All right, we missed our guy Mike Kliss yesterday, so let's check in with our Broncos insider coming up next.
Is Denver's grip on Davis Webb stronger than anyone wants to believe?
So he's so appreciative of the opportunity and understands what a great opportunity is, and also what a great opportunity is to work under Sean for multiple years. He is not going to go coach at some franchise or some organization where you've got no chance to win. He's not going to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Wes. Tell me what happened between you and the IRS.
I ended up owing $55,000 on unpaid taxes. I hadn't filed for several years and ended up settling for $25.
Hold on. So you went from owing $55,000 to $25? Now that's a great story. How did that happen?
Well, it's rather amazing, I guess. It got to the appeals officer. The appeals officer signed off on it, and obviously we accepted it.
Wes, what made you come to Advanced Tax Solutions?
You hear of many different firms or whatever on the radio, some local, some not, and I felt confident from the radio spots I heard about Advanced Tax Solutions.
So how do you feel about Advanced Tax Solutions now?
Very, very lucky and very grateful.
And would you recommend us to your friends and family who are in the same situation?
Yes, I absolutely would.
Thanks, Wes. If you're listening, be our next great story, 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Water is essential to life.
Humans are 60% water.
Water carved the Grand Canyon, and it pummels boulders into sand.
But a little water leak in your roof can cause mold and deterioration of your home.
Let Denver Roof Pros stay on top of your roof with our preventative roof service plans to prolong your roof's life and protect your home and the people you love.
Check it out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Don't miss the Tree Farms Gardener Sale going on now. Save on thousands of trees, shrubs, perennials, vines, berries, and more. Now get up to 30% off all sizes of pine, spruce fir, and upright juniper trees, including 6-year-old, 4 to 5 foot tall Bosnian pine trees, now only $279.99 each. Don't miss the Tree Farms Gardener Sale going on now. Come see.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Do you have a good lemonade recipe? I'm looking for one. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Now that summer is here, so are new opportunities. Fresh as a glass of lemonade. Maybe a home project is on your mind. Would your family like to take a camping trip somewhere fun? Whatever you'd like to make happen this season, Alpine Bank would like to be part of it. There are so many helpful tools and resources we offer to make this a great summer. Please give us a chance to tell you more about them. Stop by sometime soon. Oh, and if you have that lemonade recipe, bring it along too. My wife makes a peach pie that's knock your socks off. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Broncos insider. Mike, the last 2 times I've gotten a chance to chat with you has been right after Jonathan Cooper has gotten arrested. So I'm glad we are not doing that today to lead off. I do want to lead off with the Broncos canceling the last day of mandatory mini camp. Anything to see there? Anything to worry about? A lot of folks thought, hey, you finally got Bo Nix back. Might as well take advantage of all 3 days. What do you think went into that decision from Sean Payton?
Well, it was to cancel the 3rd day?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. It's not unusual. I think most coaches do it. You know, I think with the mandatory mini camp, but about 10 teams don't have them at all. They cancel. And I think this is, let's see, he's been around for, he's had 4 mini camps now, and he's canceled 2 of them. So, you know, Fangio had that field day where that's where Drew Lock is the MVP, the all-time MVP of field day for the Denver Broncos. Other team, I think Hackett, of course, called it off. You know, so it's something that coaches do. I remember Josh McDaniels had a lineman catch a punt. If he caught the punt, they got the last day off. And he dropped it, and he gave him like 3 times before he caught it. So it's kind of a reward. They dangle that carrot. Work hard during the off season. Work hard in those first 2 mini camp sessions, and then you know, we give you the last day off.
Yeah, give them the day off, and now we're in the period between then and training camp. We're thinking about the first 6 weeks, Mike, and you alerted to people like, hey, they could be 3-3, still be a Super Bowl contender there. We just had the conversation because Davis Webb and the play calling, and Sean always reminds us, like, I'm not taking my hands off the wheel necessarily. Okay, but if they're 3-3, just lie to me, Mike, if you have to. You're my dear friend, so I know you'll do that. Lie to me if you have to. Please tell me he's not going to take away Davis Webb's, play calling if they're 3-3 after 6.
Well, it will. Yeah, I'll go ahead and say that he won't. There, Cecil.
Thank you, Mike.
but it kind of depends on what 3-3 looks like.
Okay.
If it's 3-3 and they're losing 30-27, they're not giving away the play calling. If they're 3-3 and they've won 3 games 10-7 and they've lost 3 games by scoring 10 points, then yeah, they're taking away that play calling. I would think after that stretch. So you're right. That's a big stretch for Davis Webb, but don't let that's a big stretch for Vance Joseph too, because he's been a top 3 defense the last 2 years, and his defense at times has met its match, and it's going to be a tough stretch for him too. So I can't wait to see what those first 6 games look like. I think the Broncos believe that the tougher teams they got at home, and they can handle the teams on the road. And if they come out of there, they're confident they can come out of there 4-2 or 5-1 and sail. So I'm not sure about that. Of course, they think they're confident, but we'll see how it all works out. But you're right. That's a heck of a stretch for Davis Webb. But don't forget, there's some offenses, some dynamite offenses there. Jacksonville handled Vance Joseph's defense last year, and they're the home opener. So he's going to be tested.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a huge stretch, those first 6 games for the Broncos. We know 3 of those will be at Empower Field at Mile High, but Mike, I got to ask you, what's going on with Burnham Yard? It's still the preferred site, but the understanding is they want to be breaking ground there in the next 7-8 months. When is that thing, or is that thing going to go from preferred to actual site? And do you envision shovels in the ground in Q1 of 2027?
Yeah, I do envision shovels in the ground maybe late next spring. Nothing's ever on time, right? It seems. I know there's that hard, fast 2031 season. Like their current facility, the practice facility. They might be a week or 2 later there. Because they had to delay with, unfortunately, the subcontractor being found deceased on the job there, and they shut her down for 3 or 4 or 5 days. But it's it's complicated because of it's complicated because of 2 things. The collective benefit agreement with the community, and then the other thing is Denver Water, displacing Denver Water, which the Penners are paying for the move, and they paid for the land for Denver Water to move. But where they want to move Denver Water, the people living around there, have issues. So you can't please everyone, and that collective benefit agreement with the community, or community benefit agreement, I should call it. I kind of liken it to this. When I lived in a house in a neighborhood, and I had a beautiful cherry tree in the front yard, and the neighbor wanted me to chop down the cherry tree, kind of like George Washington.
Okay.
And or was that an apple tree? No,
it was some kind of.
It was a cherry tree. Yeah, it was a cherry tree.
Wanted me to chop down the cherry tree because it blocked their view of the mountains. And, that's a reasonable request. We all live in Colorado for the view of the mountains. And I thought about it and thought about it and thought about it. And I decided, no, this tree's too beautiful, and it's part of my value in my house. And so I didn't do it. And the neighbor got mad. That's kind of how it is. It's little things like that. If you have 100 people in a community benefit agreement, you're going to have 100 different opinions on things. And so, it's kind of like what Sean Payton says. I'm not asking, I'm telling. Sometimes you need that type of arrangement to get things done.
Mike, is there, real quick, last one before we get you out of here, is there any pressing holes still on this roster, or will the next big addition not come until the trade deadline, assuming they're buyers at the trade deadline?
Well, I think you got depth that you wonder about running back with J.K. Dobbins. If he's healthy, they're good there at running back. They're good now at receiver. You got to get a little more production out of the tight ends than you did last year. They didn't really do anything. They drafted. They got some seventh rounders they like. The last 2 years, Caleb Lohner and Dallin Bailey is a Bailey or Benson, Daley Benson. I can't remember the last name.
Bentley.
Huh?
Bentley. Dallin Bentley.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was all over the place. But they like those two, but they're probably Lohner had a chance to do some things this year, but he missed the whole off season. That's gonna set him back. And so tight end, probably a lot of people would say. Safety, they're going to have to find a backup safety, the P.J. Locke. But it's, for the most part, they're starters. If you got issues, you want them to be the backups, not the starters. And starter-wise, they're looking good.
I love it. Great stuff, Mike. Thanks so much for your time. Where in the world is Mike Kliss at this very moment?
Oswego, Illinois. Beautiful Oswego, Illinois.
There you go.
My hometown.
I love it. Well, enjoy your time off. We know camp will be here before you know it, but hopefully the next month is a little bit quiet on the Broncos front.
Yep, we'll see about Cooper. He's got a court date July 6th, and then another big one on July 22nd, and that's coming up, and we'll see what happens with him there.
All right, sounds good. Great stuff, Mike. Enjoy
Thank
Illinois,
you, Mike.
and we'll talk to you soon, my friend.
See you guys.
There he goes. That's our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan insider, Mike Kliss. Oswego, Illinois. You ever been, Cease?
No.
I bet there's like a
boyhood home of Mike Kliss sign?
Or like the local Applebee's has a picture of Kliss on the wall or something. It's like a hometown legend up there in Oswego.
I like it.
They got one of those in Grover?
No, although they did have city council that I was going to push to get the sign saying boyhood home of Cecil Lammy. That didn't come through for me.
Maybe one day.
I got to grease the skid. That's what I got. I even asked people, I was like, how much do I got to pay? Seriously, how much do I got to pay? It'll be a vanity project. I don't care.
I'd love to drive by and see that at some point in time. All right, we've hit the offseason for the Broncos. We're breaking down the roster into all different types of groups. It's a deep dive on the running back room coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last stop, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. My law firm's doing a ton of divorce cases these days. And the bottom line is I see a lot of controlling spouses. They try to control and threaten you with calling the police. They threaten you with taking the kids. But the worst ones are to control the money. The ones who control the money, we got to get to the bottom of. We got the investigators. We got the forensic guys. We got the experts, the bank guys. They can go find and track whatever's hidden. At the end of the day, hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Right now, it's Siltahar certified pre-owned vehicles starting at $10,980, backed by a 90-day warranty and a 5-day exchange. Too big? Swap it. Too red? Swap it. Any reason. Get top value for your trade-in instantly at sthmotors.com, then put that money towards hundreds of vehicles on the lot. New car buyer. Ford and Lincoln employee pricing. You pay what they pay. 66 years, family-owned, no games, just deals. sthmotors.com, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we really appreciate Mike taking the time from Oswego. Good to check in with our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Broncos Insider. We'll get back to some of that stuff later, particularly Cecil's question on Davis Webb. I think that's very interesting of if the Broncos get off to a slow start, is Webb going to lose his play calling duties? But in the meantime, you guys know it's the offseason, and we're going to go position by position on the Broncos, break it down, what we're watching for. Will Peterson in for Dover. You and Cecil, or you and Dove will be doing this a bunch, Cecil. But let's go to the running backs, because to me, it's arguably, maybe not even arguably, it might be the most fascinating position group on this team.
Yes, I think it is the most fascinating position group because it's maybe the most important. Outside of Bo Nix, obviously quarterback going to be the most important, but you got to run the ball. You've got to run the ball consistently, and you've got to run the ball better than you did when J.K. Dobbins was hurt. They lost 20 yards a game on average. They're almost 100 yards rushing per game on average with J.K. Dobbins. It was 70-something without him. You can't do that this year. You've got to be different. You got to be better when J.K. Dobbins missed time, because he's going to miss time.
Yeah, and your running back abilities, if you will, fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
With and without Dobbins. I mean, there's a clear line in the sand. That Liz Frank injury on that Thursday night game against the Raiders, when it felt like the Broncos were a threat to run the football and when they weren't. And certainly when you're starting a backup QB in the AFC title game, you need to be able to run the ball, and they didn't. Let's get to Dobbins, but begin with R.J. Harvey, because this dude found the end zone a lot last year. You know, he didn't put up the sexiest stats rushing-wise, but every time you looked up, R.J. Harvey was scoring a touchdown. And then we find out just a couple of weeks ago, he got hurt in the AFC title game, had surgery. Don't know how that didn't leak till June. What are your gut feelings on R.J. Harvey? He's certainly not Audric Estime. I never want to say that. Estime was a bust. Harvey scored, 12 touchdowns last year? He found the end zone a bunch. Mm-hmm. But I also was never – no, I shouldn't say never. I wasn't often wowed by R.J. Harvey. Touchdowns are important.
Sure.
But it feels like to me, I don't even want to say that's the only thing he did well, because you need points to win.
Yeah, and 12 of those things.
but I don't know. Jury's still very much out on R.J. Harvey for me.
Yeah, are you okay if he's – and I say this lovingly somewhat, but, like, are you okay if R.J. Harvey is just, quote-unquote, a receiving back? Because that's kind of what he is. He's a receiving back with a nose for the end zone.
Yeah, but I need him to be able to run the ball in the middle of the field.
He's not going to do that.
I know that's what I want.
Okay.
The guy was a
second-round pick.
Second-round pick.
He's a second-round pick.
That's not premium in the NBA. That's premium in the NFL.
That's premium in the NFL. And if you take like an Alvin Kamara was a third-round pick, and he turned into a hell of a runner for Sean Payton. Never's had 1,000 yards. So I don't think 1,000 is the number, so let's not necessarily get fascinated with that. But I think with R.J. Harvey, he can grow and develop as an internal runner. However, I think it's my opinion that when you come into this league as a running back, you're pretty much who you are. You brought up Audric Estime, so I'll bring it back to you. You think Audric Estime is ever going to develop wherever he's at? Let's say in New Orleans still.
Yeah, I think he got some carries with the Saints late last year.
Is Estime ever going to be like, how'd the Broncos? No, that's who he is. That's Audric Estime. That's these guys come into the league at running back. That's why Philip Lindsay was so special. He came into the league and he could play like at a high level. And then the Broncos didn't pay him. But, like, for running backs, you kind of are who you are. So I'm willing to understand that R.J. Harvey can grow and he can develop and he can get better as a runner, which is where he needs to get better. Because as a receiver, he's fantastic. That Buffalo game, the Buffalo playoff game, the little screen pass on the right side, R.J. Harvey makes guys miss 20 yards, whatever it was, on third down. That's an amazing play.
Well, and
it's a big-time play.
I still have the image etched in my head of him burning Travis Hunter in college. Mm-hmm. Not many dudes can outrun Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
R.J. Harvey did that with UCF
when
Travis was playing corner for the Buffs.
So as far as speed and space, check, and check. He's got all that. And as far as a receiving back, he's got all that too. Nose for the end zone, he's got all that. If he's not a developed runner, I'm not really going to lose my mind. I understand the second-round pick, and he should be better as a runner, but that's where Jonah Coleman can come in and be that complement to R.J. Harvey. I think teaming Coleman with Harvey is the perfect combination for the Broncos when J.K. Dobbins is done or when J.K. Dobbins is banged up. You've got Jonah Coleman now to kind of do the stuff that R.J. can't do. There's stuff that R.J. does that Jonah can't do. As high as I am on Jonah Coleman, he's not the receiving threat that R.J. Harvey is. He's still a good receiver out of the backfield. R.J. Harvey's just a receiving threat. So I think we kind of have to look at Harvey and go, he can grow, but if he doesn't, I'm not going to say he's a bust. I'm going to say, they drafted a change of pace back in the second round because that's what he is.
And with all due respect to the Tyler Badets and Jaleel McLaughlins of the world,
where's your guy Cody Schrader at?
Oh, Cody Schrader, MIZ. So was Badet.
Yeah, that's true.
It kind of pushes these guys out. I think we're finally settled on Dobbins, Harvey, and Coleman.
Well, and doesn't that show the sign of health? You know what I mean? Like, there's fan favorites, and listen, as Broncos homers, apparently, everyone gets the fan favorites, right? How many times, who was it? Jordan Taylor, remember him? So good old Sunshine.
Well, he was the guy throwing with Peyton Manning when he was coming back from the neck injury, and then
flipping off the camera.
Yeah, and Peyton bought him a suit, which people say, why does this guy need a suit? Because he was on a practice squad.
Exactly.
He's making some decent money, but that was still a really nice gift from PFM.
Yeah, practice squad players make about $8,000 a week, which is good money for you and me. For NFL players, they're not paying for the check. Let's just say that.
No, you'll still take a suit if Peyton Manning offers it
exactly.
to you.
I think anybody would, but you get fan favorites, and I think that when you can move on from a Jaleel McLaughlin, who is a fan favorite, and for good reason. You should be a fan of what Jalil's done. But when you can move away from those kind of fan favorite-y guys to players that can actually play, and can make big-time plays at the NFL level, and I know that's insulting to say. It is. It just straight up is. But I think it shows health on the roster when you can kind of put the fun story to the side. Jalil McLaughlin's a great story. He's not a great NFL player. He just isn't. And as tough as that is to say or hear or whatever, he's not a Pro Bowl running back. He just is not. And by the way, he never will be. And the fact now that you can move on with R.J. Harvey and Jonah Coleman and your Bidets and your McLaughlins and your Cody Schraders, like they aren't as impactful as they were even a year ago or even 2 years ago. Oh, they got this Jalil McLaughlin kid. I said it. I said it at first. Like people are going to say he looks like Philip Lindsay, but he's not Philip Lindsay. Philip was different in between the tackles, and Jalil's not that guy. So the fact that you can now move on, like mentally move on from those, Tyler Bidets and Jalil McLaughlins, I think it's a sign of health on your roster.
Well, and you mentioned some of the damning numbers with and without Dobbins. Last season with him in the lineup, 99.5 yards per game, 4.8 yards per carry. That's a healthy number.
Yeah.
You can go first down, second down, getting basically 5 yards per carry. Without him, 75.2 rushing yards per game, 3.8 per carry. So it clearly fell off a cliff. I think the key is Dobbins has puffed his chest like he likes to do. Told Luka Evans he's not going to get hurt. Told him he's going to be number one in the NFL. Can Dobbins play more than, let's call it, under 10.5 games? Under.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends on when they come, right? Like if he gets you through those first 6, that gauntlet, and then gets hurt,
gets banged up,
and then is back for the stretch run in the playoffs,
I'm
I think
okay.
We'd all take it.
Yeah.
Problem is you can't go into, call it, I don't know, week 12 at Pittsburgh, the Black Friday game against the Steelers.
Okay.
Dobbins gets hurt that day, and he's done for the year. That's what will kill you.
Yeah, you can't have that. And last year, I think this is where Jonah Coleman can get worked into the mix. I think that last year they kind of just they had to wear him down because they didn't have any other options. And I think instead of pushing for 15 touches a game, you could see that number even as low as 10 to 12 touches per game while giving Jonah Coleman just, 3, 4, 5 touches. That's all it takes to keep J.K. fresh so that he can stay healthy. I would love nothing more than J.K. Dobbins to actually play 17 games. He's never done it. So it'd be kind of cool if he calls a shot and then he actually does it. I think he's doing what players need to do. I'm the best in the league. All right. He's top 5 when he's healthy, just never healthy.
And it also has potential to blow up in his face.
Yeah.
Because if he only plays 5 or 6 games, you can bet that quote is going to get resurfaced over and over again.
You know what Jalen Brunson said, and I believe it to be true. As someone who's a positive thinker and believes in manifesting and all that kind of stuff, Jalen Brunson said it, and I think it's perfect. You can imagine the worst-case scenario. What are you going to do about it? It's okay. And again, as a positive person, I don't like to think negatively. I don't like negative thoughts. I don't like negative people. I don't like negative words. Like it's a waste of time. It's low-level vibration stuff. I'm going to get crunchy. But when you think about the worst-case scenario, what are you going to do about it? In life.
Right.
What are you going to do about it? And that's where J.K. Dobbins, what are you going to do about it? We'll see.
Hopefully play 17, 18, 19, 20 football games for the Broncos this year if they can go all the way to Super Bowl 61. All right, there's a number about Payton Watson that has been floated. My goodness, $28 to $30 million.
What?
Does that make sense for the Nuggets? We'll dive into it next.
The Nuggets went shopping for athleticism, experience, and depth in the NBA draft. Denver grabbed Arkansas forward Trevin Brazile, a 6'10" playmaker with elite length, explosive athleticism. Then added Bryce Hopkins, a physical wing from St. John's who helped lead the Red Storm to Big East titles and brings toughness, rim pressure, and versatility. Are these second-round picks the next hidden gems to develop alongside Nikola Jokic? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Don't miss the Tree Farm's Gardener's Sale, going on now. The Tree Farm has been family owned and cared for since 1980. See what's on sale at thetreefarm.com. Now get 25% off all sizes of flowering shrubs, including lilac, spirea, butterfly bush, and more. 3-year-old old-fashioned purple or white lilacs, now just $67.46 each. The Tree Farm's Gardener's Sale. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Discover wants everyone to feel special. That's why they double all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is volley. Text volley to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's volley to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Some wild stuff coming out about Payton Watson and the Denver Nuggets.
Do you believe this number?
We're going to get into it right now. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cease. Hope your Friday's going well. According to Brett Siegel of Clutch Points, and he is a national NBA guy.
Okay.
He's not Shams Charania, but people know him.
Right.
He's a good reporter, has solid stuff. He says that the Nuggets, not Peyton Watson's camp, the Nuggets are expected to offer Peyton Watson somewhere north of $28 to $30 million per year to try to keep him in Denver. Writes, quote, "It's going to be a big contract for Peyton Watson, but in order to do so, they're going to have to free some cap room. So it'll be Christian Brown, it'll be Cam Johnson, maybe Aaron Gordon traded from the Nuggets. They've got to make some moves in Denver." I just got to ask you, Cease. I knew Peyton was going to cash in. 28 to 30 seems like a lot. Is this number actually coming from the Nuggets, or is this coming from Peyton Watson's camp? Don't forget, he is represented by Clutch Sports, which is, of course, founded by Rich Paul and LeBron James, the most iconic, if you will, agent in the NBA. I got to know, where is this number coming from? Because to me, it feels like it's coming from Watson's camp and not from the Nuggets.
Well, isn't it too specific to be like a range? Like, you and I could guess what Peyton Watson was going to make. My guess would have been closer to $20 million a year. Sounds right? It's a guess, but like, oh, what's the market? What's he going to make? Yeah, $20 million. He's probably going to make a $100 million deal, $20 million a year.
Yeah, I would have said 18 to 20. So I would have been in this range, but 10 less on both sides.
Well, 28 to 30? Are you kidding me? That is a very specific number, and it's too small of a window to say it's like an approximation of the market. That doesn't sound like what the Nuggets will offer. It sounds like what Watson wants them to offer.
Bingo. Ding, ding, ding. This number to me is totally coming from Clutch Sports, which is going to try to suck every dollar they can out of the Nuggets, and that's what good representation does. I like Peyton Watson. You know what? I'll go as far as I really like Peyton Watson. I don't know if I love him yet.
No love.
Would have liked to see him out there against Minnesota. Now, that's a different conversation for a different day. Was he protecting himself? How hurt was he actually? I get it. Dude's about to win the lottery. You got to make business decisions. I would have liked to see him play against the Wolves. They clearly needed him.
And we've heard both behind the scenes. We've heard he really wanted to be out there and just couldn't. We've also heard, maybe he could have been out there.
Mm-hmm. But Peyton Watson had 16 really good games when Nikola Jokic was hurt. He thrived, you know. And they went, 10-6 during that stretch. They survived the Joker knee scare in Miami. But $28 to $30 million for a dozen and a half good games? Man, can you imagine if you did 18 good radio shows and you got $30 million? Doesn't it seem like a lot of money for a guy who is still kind of unproven in the NBA?
Yeah, it's remarkable that that's the number for a guy that really hasn't yet done it for even half a season, even a quarter of a season, honestly, with the numbers that you break down. So here's my answer, because I think you brought something up in this conversation. And Tribe helps Tribe, so let us know on the YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponder or the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. If this is Clutch Sports putting out a number, and you and I believe it is, if that's the case, did they have to because of who they're dealing with? So do they put it at 20 to 30 knowing that they're probably going to get like 22? But if they had set it at 22 to 25, they might have got 19.
Right.
Because the Cronkies are notoriously cheap to deal with. Is that why you kind of, in negotiations, you're Rick at Pawn Stars, right? Best I can do is $50. Mm-hmm. You're that guy. So if you're Clutch Sports, don't you kind of have to go high? Because this number seems extraordinarily high.
Right.
It seems off to me. But is that basically because they have to make the Cronkies pay a little bit more because the Cronkies don't want to pay a little bit more, even though they'll say, oh, we're going to make the moves. All right, let's see what the ink says. Let's see what the contract says, if in fact they're able to get something done with Peyton Watson.
Yeah, and I hope they can, because I'm not trying to oversimplify things, but in my eyes, if you get Watson back, it was a successful offseason.
Okay.
Was it an A+? No. But is it a B+, A-? Sure. You need to bring Peyton Watson back. If you lose him, and this dude's wearing a Lakers jersey next year, and it's the same team but no Peyton Watson, it's a D or an F of an offseason. You added 2 second-round picks. With all due respect to Brazil and the cat from St. John's, Hopkins, I believe, that's not a good offseason. 2 second-round picks is not a good offseason. Am I oversimplifying it that if you get Watson back, decent offseason. If you lose him, horrible offseason? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Is that kind of where we're at with this team?
I think that's very fair. And by the way, horrible offseason because you chose to keep David Ottoman. So you're only compounding your problems. You keep David Ottoman and then you run it back without Payton Watson? How's that supposed to work? Well, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. And really, that like the Avs, juxtapose this to what the Avs are doing with Super Joe. They're making moves. They're clearing space. We know the Val Nichushkin deal was to get Cale Makar done.
Right.
And maybe some other stuff that we'll talk about coming up at noon. But I look at it and I look at the Nuggets and go, what are they doing? Do they know what they're doing? When I look at the Avs, I go, I know Super Joe knows what he's doing. I've got full faith that he knows what he's doing. I can't say that yet about Ben Tenzer and John Wallace and David Ottoman because of Josh Kroenke. Because Josh Kroenke talks about how he'll be there all the time and then he's never there.
Well, and there's some breaking Avs news that has just dropped in the last minute or so. It's on X, and we'll do it when we check our X coming up next.
The Denver Nuggets are staring at a crossroads. So what does this mean for the core, the future, and the window that was supposed to stay wide open?
I haven't heard a good plan yet from anyone. I love this stuff. I cannot think of a rock solid plan right now. I haven't heard a rock solid plan. And there's smart people that I listen to locally and nationally that talk about this stuff at a high level. And I'm saying the same thing. I still have not heard a good plan.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Colorado's largest fireworks show, 22 minutes that absolutely blow the roof off. July 4th at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. But first, the main event. Team USA takes on Portugal in the inaugural World Rugby Nations Cup with Tonga versus Zimbabwe kicking off the doubleheader. The free Fourth Fest Festival starts at 3 p.m. 2 world-class rugby matches. Then a fireworks finale that'll rattle your fillings. America's 250th. One epic night. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business. Their owner, Ron Gibbous, is here with me. Family is what you have in mind when you build a deck.
Customer service is critical to us. We try to figure out what meets every customer's needs and build them a product that they will enjoy spending outdoor quality family time on. Deck time is usually family time.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
That sound your grandkids make when they really want something. Let's see if I can do it. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC. An equal housing lender. Please. That's how mine sound anyway. And this summer, they're hoping for a pool. I don't know about that, but I do know this. New and exciting things can happen this season. Opportunities are all around us, like visiting local farmers markets and listening to outdoor concerts. Having friends over for a barbecue is fun. Ferris wheel rides and county fairs. However your family spends the summer, Alpine Bank hopes it's a fantastic one. We'll see you out and about, probably at the local pool because that backyard pool seems like a stretch. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
We do, and you will too when you see Takori.
Handcrafted in California, Takori rings have design details you won't find in any other diamond engagement rings.
Including Takori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Takori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Takori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Takori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. You'll find all your Takori jewelry at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, along with one of the largest selections of certified loose diamonds in the state, all at the guaranteed best price.
So come, fall in love with the Takori ring she's always dreamed of.
Takori at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, where Colorado shines. On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Wow, perfect time to check our ex because the Colorado Avalanche have made not just one, but two big moves on the defensive side of things, literally in the last couple minutes.
You teased one move going into break because one move was what we thought it was, and there was a second move to go along with it.
It's crazy that this timing worked out well because this is all breaking on X, Twitter, whatever you call it. Two defensemen are back. Brett Kulak, the hero, against the Minnesota Wild. I'll never forget watching that goal in OT. When we thought they were going to win the cup, they didn't win another game. That was certainly the peak of the season, taking down the Wild in 5. Brett
Kulak,
Kulak,
do you have to say that?
crazy
It's so
comeback.
painful.
But he is back. Brett Kulak is back with the Colorado Avalanche on a 5-year deal. Elliot Friedman is reporting he gets $4.5 million per year on this 5-year deal. Brett Kulak will play the prime, the rest, whatever you want to call it, of his career in an Avalanche sweater. Some of that money from Valerian Nichushkin goes to Brett Kulak, so we think that's big. And then the Avs, they're just in a sharing mood. Literally moments later, say Brent Burns is back. Pack your backpacks. Burns is back. That is a 1-year deal. We know he's not quite Ray Bourque. I don't want to go there, but he is a potential future Hall of Fame defenseman, chasing a cup at the end of his career. Couldn't get it last year, is going to get it this year. We hope, a chance at least to chase the cup. Your reaction to, in a span of literally minutes, Brett Kulak and Brent Burns both back with the Colorado
following
Avalanche.
our Val Nichushkin trade, right, that we had yesterday. So for our hockey fans out there, including our hockey lady, Mel, all right, if part of this Val deal, we only got the picks. Yeah, well, you also got room for these guys. You got room to pay others because of that deal to get rid of Val Nichushkin. It's not all about Cale Makar. It's mostly about Cale Makar. It's mostly about being ready to pay whatever that number's going to be. Is that number going to be Payton Watson-like? Maybe not that high, but it's going to be pretty big. So in addition to preparing for that deal, you've got to take care of some guys that are already in-house, and that's what the Avs have done right now. So again, Super Joe, they've got a plan. They know what they're doing. They're paying the guys that they want to pay. They're trading the players that they don't need anymore, that they're moving on from. And I think this is another great move from Super Joe as he kind of solidifies things for this team to move forward. And yes, run it back with Jared Bednar.
Yeah, let's talk about Kulak here. He's 32 years old, gets a 5-year deal at 32 years old.
Okay.
Acquired by the Avs in that trade with Pittsburgh in February. Remember, it was Sammy Girard who went to the Penguins. 0 goals, 3 assists in 27 regular season games. So he's not an offensive guy. He did have that huge offensive moment
and
in
that's
overtime.
Why it was so surprising. It's
exactly.
Like he's the guy that gets it.
And Marty Necas did make a great play to set up Brett Kulak. But 5 years for a 32-year-old, 4.5 a year. Good for Brett cashing in, but I don't know. I think I'd feel more comfortable if it was 2 or 3 years. Feels like the term on this is kind of long.
Well, when you said 32, you're closer to that team as the reporter for us in DenverSports. Like,
I thought the guy was 30. Full transparency.
I was going to say
didn't
30.
think he was 32.
I was thinking more he was like 29, 30, something like that. So when you said 32, and then the terms of the deal, I'm like, oh, 5 years for a 32-year-old? That's interesting. And hockey deals are different. I mean, the Val deal was so different. And the fact that he only got halfway through that contract. So with this contract, you're like, oh, 5 years for a 32-year-old is quite the commitment. And 4.5 a year is not anything to sneeze at either.
Do you like the idea of bringing Burns back as well? Because Brent Burns, again, future Hall of Famer one day.
Sure.
This dude is 41
How
years
much
old.
ice time is he going to get? That's my question with Brent Burns.
I mean, he's in your bottom defensive pairing. He's your 5th or 6th defenseman on your roster for sure.
Yeah. And because of that, how many times did you watch Brent Burns and think, he just doesn't have it anymore. He's just not the same player that he used to be. It's Father Time. Father Time's undefeated, so you can do that with veteran players. This is the move in the Burns move that's a little less exciting just because he's no longer future Hall of Famer. These are all correct. Everything you're saying is true, but how much can he help this team? How much is left in the tank with a guy that's already in his 40s?
I think defensively there was definitely moments that a lot was left to be desired.
Yeah.
Offensively, this guy still had some punch. He had 35 points last year, 12 goals and 23 assists, 5 game-winning goals. And I know people get blue in the face arguing about plus-minus in hockey. I actually believe in plus-minus. He was plus 33. You're scoring 33 goals more with that guy on the ice than you're giving up. A 1-year deal for him to continue chase the cup, a bottom 6 defenseman, I'm fine with it, actually. I am. And we'll try to get terms on Burns. I assume it's another $1 million or so. Kulak is the $4.5 million. That's a chunk of your cap space that you cleared up with Nichushkin.
Burns' deal is going to be very affordable.
Veteran minimum type deal.
Sure. Yeah.
He just wants to win a cup.
Yeah.
We get it, and I get it. He's done this for the last 20 years. He wants to win a Stanley Cup. I think defense was question marks coming into today. Well, you kind of have your defensive core locked up now with, of course, Manson and Cale Makar and Devon Toews and Burns and Kulak. I think it's good business by Joe Sakic, other than I would have given Kulak 3 years instead of 5.
Okay.
That's my line in the sand. So we are checking our X. We're going to have a dedicated discussion about Valeri Nichushkin coming up here at noon, sort of the legacy, the complicated legacy. He leaves in Denver, but that's the big breaking. Both Brett Kulak and Brent Burns back with the Avs in a matter of minutes. And Cecil, I'll toss it to you. What else you got checking our X?
Play something in between us.
I'm trying.
Just random. Oh, there you go. That's random. The lady that stole the New York Knicks trash can, right? You saw that, the Knicks fan, and then she worked for J.P. Morgan or whatever. She was like a DEI consultant, which is just hilarious. They're actually selling those cans now, or they're giving some away, which is weird that it's a trash can that's painted orange and blue, but the New York Sanitation Department, do you need a Nick basket? We're giving away 5 orange and blue litter baskets. These are the real deal. Want a chance to win one? Go enter here. Win a bin. And I'm like, listen, there's championship stuff. For example, I have confetti from when the Nuggets won the championship. I gave some of the confetti to my neighbor Chris because Chris is one of the biggest Nuggets fans that I know. So there's stuff from a championship that we all collect, right? And maybe it's something where you're like, oh, that's confetti from the night. I was there. I was in the building or whatever. I actually wasn't. I was given that confetti, but it's still very important to me because that's a moment in Denver sports. But a trash can? Come on, dude. And it doesn't even have the Knicks logo. It's just an orange and blue trash can.
Yeah, go buy a trash can at Home Depot and paint it orange and blue.
Orange and blue, and then you're like, I've got my Knicks trash can. So it's one of those weird, championship items. And full disclosure, I've already gone. I don't know why Fanatics takes forever. I should have just bought a bootleg shirt.
Oh, I heard you talking about this yesterday.
Yeah,
you were not real thrilled.
I got it, and it's supposed to be here like July 2nd or something, which is awesome because I leave July 1st. Thanks. But a trash can. And now they're entering to win. You can enter to win a trash can. I know times are tough out there, but I just don't. It's a very odd choice of a championship souvenir. I'm sure glad I got my Knicks trash can.
Yeah, which was filled with a bunch of gross trash from the parade that you dumped out.
Right.
I don't know if they have hoses. I'm sure they have hoses in New York, but if you live in some high-rise apartment, where are you hosing that thing off? You know, you're not exactly walking into your backyard. So, it's
just odd to me. The whole thing was odd, and then the fact that lady got fired for stealing a trash can, and now New York City is just giving away those trash cans. Enter for your chance to win a trash can.
You like that? You like that?
Okay, now we're just going to assume, this is very dangerous, Will Peterson, but you're a veteran. We're just going to assume that everything on Check Your X is real, right? Can we make that agreement?
Yes, because nothing on Twitter has ever been
I know, nothing on Twitter has ever been faked. But I so want this to be true. This is from South Dallas Foodie. So a dude got in trouble and arrested with the law down in Dallas for faking being a Texas Roadhouse bread roll quality inspector, visited 4 locations a day to get the appetizers. Again, it's probably not real. It's probably not real.
I
okay?
love it, though.
But the fact that a dude got arrested for being a fake, well, first off, there's not anything as a bread roll quality inspector. But you could just go to a Texas Roadhouse and be like, yeah, I'm the quality inspector. Give me a porterhouse. You know what I mean? Where's my New York strip?
Yeah.
I'm the quality inspector. Does he have a badge? Is there some sort of ID? Is it like a sheriff's? Is it like a Texas Ranger badge because it's Texas Roadhouse? But literally got in trouble for faking being a Texas Roadhouse bread roll quality inspector. The bread rolls are phenomenal.
I think I'm going to walk into Shanahan's or Elway's and tell them I'm the filet mignon inspector. I think that's my next thing.
I don't have time right
now. Elway's doesn't have that butterscotch steak anymore. Do you remember when they had that?
Ooh, yeah.
That butterscotch steak was awesome.
Good old John. You got one more for me on Check Your X today?
Are you a big philosophy? Are you a big philosophy guy at all?
Nope.
Not at all.
Well, do I like having philosophical conversations? Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Am I still scarred by taking some college philosophy classes where the more balderdash you threw out there, the better grade you got?
Right. That's it?
That's a little scarring.
Are you familiar with Charles Bukowski?
Sure. I know the name.
Yeah, okay. And he's the kind of the everyman's philosopher. He's a former postal worker that, like, super, not even really depressed. He was just, like, telling you like it was, right? I ran across a Bukowski quote that I thought I would share. People are strange. They are constantly angered by trivial things, but on a major matter, like totally wasting their lives, they hardly seem to notice. Bukowski's always on my shoulder. And so when I read that, I was like, oh, that's good.
It's a Friday. You're feeling a little crunchy.
Well, we've talked off air a little bit. Like, why are people so upset over trivial things and then stuff that really matters, they don't even care?
Yeah. No, I think it's a good quote. Maybe a quote to live by for sure. All right, so that is Check Your X. The Avalanche have re-signed Brent Burns and Brett Kulak literally in a span of minutes. Part of the reason they were able to do that was because they traded Valeri Nichushkin. We will dive into his very complicated legacy coming up next.
With another NBA franchise icon being traded, should that concern Nuggets fans when it comes to Nikola Jokic?
If there's one lesson to take away from this monster Giannis deal, franchise icons can be moved. And the franchise icon can get to a point where the franchise is crumbling around him and you have no choice but to move him like the Bucks just did. And it's a cautionary tale about if you're the Nuggets, handle up on your business.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Blake Shelton returns to Cheyenne Frontier Days with special guest Avery Anna. July 23rd, Cheyenne Frontier Days. CFDrodeo.com.
Hi, this is Larry Jagger with SCL Mortgage, letting you know about our second mortgages for anything you need, including home improvements, paying off debt, and more. Visit us at myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222, NMLS number 1200716.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinion. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
Kulak and Brent Burns in the last 20 minutes. Cease, we talked about it, but these are the kind of moves you have to make when you start freeing up cap space. You give Brett Kulak $4.5 million. Brent Burns, we have the numbers on that, $850,000 can earn up to $2 million with incentives, according to Pierre LeBrun. I know we talked about it, check your X, but give us another thought on this before we move to the big trade yesterday with Valerian Nichushkin.
Yeah, the Kulak terms are too long in terms of the number of years based on he's already over 30, and that's a 5-year deal for a 32-year-old, which is odd. So maybe a 3-year deal instead of a 5-year deal would have been better. And Burns is going to make another run at it. Can he be better defensively? We'll see. But the price was cheap, just like we thought it would be.
Yeah, and with Kulak, Again, he scored that absolutely iconic goal the last game the Avalanche won all season, and with Burns, we're hoping he can win a Stanley Cup to end a legendary career. These will make headlines, but the biggest headline of the offseason, at least thus far, until Cale Makar signs his massive extension, was the trade of Valeri Nichushkin. Yesterday for the Colorado Avalanche, about a half hour after you guys got off air, we found out Nichushkin was going to the Columbus Blue Jackets in a salary dump from Joe Sakic because he needed money. The Avs got up to $11 million in cap space. Now that's going to drop down to about $5 million after the moves they've made here in the last 20 minutes with Kulak and Burns. But when I say the name Valeri Nichushkin, it raises a ton of emotions amongst Avalanche fans, both good and bad. How do you even begin to sum up his legacy in Denver?
You sum it up by thanking him for Bar to be in a championship. You asked me how you begin. That's how you begin. It's not where you end. Not at all. Because you can say, thanks for being a big part of the championship. Thanks for almost winning the Conn Smythe. And then what happened after that? You know, that's the story with Valeri Nichushkin that always will be complicated when looking back at Avs history. There's just no other way around it. You can be very thankful for what he did when he was at the top of his game. Maybe not the upper echelon tier where Nathan MacKinnon resides and Cale Makar resides, but perhaps right in that next tier, right below those guys. When Nichushkin was at his best, he was right there. And then he had problems, major problems, off-ice problems, the substance abuse problems. He had the suspension in the Kraken series, the suspension the next year after that. He's on thin ice, literally, and that's something that you always had to consider. But where do you start with Val Nichushkin? Is you start by saying, man, there was a moment when he might have been the best player the Avs had. And a moment on a team that won it all with Cale Makar and Nathan MacKinnon. Think about that. Now, where did it go after that? That's also part of the story. But where do you begin? I think just a mere acknowledgement and a thank you to Nichushkin for being a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, he was a monster for the Avs, as you outlined in 2022. 20 playoff games, 9 goals, 6 assists, could have won the Conn Smythe. They hoisted the best trophy in sports. The Conn Smythe, the MVP of the playoffs, went to Cale Makar, a worthy recipient. But if it had just been the Tampa series, because remember, hockey's not just the one series, it's the whole path, it probably would have been Val. Cale was better throughout the whole postseason. But even Nathan MacKinnon, let's take our cues from Nathan MacKinnon, pretty good guy to take your cues from, said he was the best player on the team in that Tampa Bay series. And even though he didn't win Conn Smythe, he was still on top of the world, man.
Yeah.
He signs an 8-year, $49 million deal, and he only made it halfway through that.
And at the time he signs the 8-year deal, did anybody have any pushback? I think we're all over the moon, just kind of remembering back to that time.
There was a little bit of discussion of should you pay him or Kadri, if you remember correctly.
Right.
And you let Nazem Kadri go to the Calgary Flames. But no, there was no one, at least not that I remember, that was mad that maybe your best player on a cup-winning team was coming back.
Right. Oh, you got to pay that guy a bunch of money? No, everyone was excited to pay that guy, and yes, it meant that you had to make a decision on Naz. Now, with Naz being back, does that kind of soften that? Because that was part of the conversation. Like, you had to make a choice, and they chose Nichushkin over Naz. Naz came back. I'm not sure if that softens it, because in that moment, you still had to move on from Naz. You still had to do that. You still had to make that choice. So I'm not sure that reflectively, with hindsight being 2020, we could say, well, they got Naz back, so who cares? No, at the time, that was a big choice. That was a big decision, and they chose Val.
And it was one of the first decisions Chris McFarland made as the Avs GM, because he had just gotten promoted right after they won the Cup when Sakic got promoted to president. Of course, now in a twist of fate, Sakic is the GM of the team once again. All right, so those were the highs. Now we got to go to the lows, because there were a lot of lows in the Valeri Nichushkin era. You remember the incident in Seattle that involved 911 calls at a hotel, police reports, eventually him disappearing from the team during the playoffs. The Avs lost that series to the Kraken in 7 games, ending their chances of going back-to-back. And go comb through it. It is out there. The information is public. What happened in Seattle was not pretty. It was not pretty at all. You had a woman on the record telling the cops that a bad man stole her passport. We don't know who that bad man was. We don't know specifically what Val was involved in. But whatever it was enough to remove him for the rest of the playoffs. Do you remember how uncomfortable those press conferences were with Jared Bednar?
Yep.
Dude, we need something. He couldn't give us anything. And I actually felt bad for Jared, because Jared was taking his cues from the organization, who said, we cannot talk about this. We have to be tight-lipped on it. you've done this forever. I mean, 30 years. I don't want to age you too much. Maybe 25 years. Long time. One of the strangest.
This is my 23rd year on air.
There you go. One of the strangest stories you've ever covered, any sport across the board.
Yeah.
The Seattle thing?
Yeah, the Seattle thing was the strange, deflating, right? To lose to the Kraken in that manner when you're trying to go back-to-back, when you're very capable of going back-to-back. And I'm not going to say, like, if they just beat the Kraken, they would have but they wouldn't have lost the Kraken.
They would not have lost the
You wouldn't have had that kind of, like, just surprise. You don't have Val anymore. It was very, very bizarre when that whole Seattle thing went down. And that was just the beginning of it. We thought it might be done after one. Like, hey, Val's got some problems. He can take care of them, right? The answer was no, not yet.
No, I'll take you fast forward to the following year, and I'm sitting at Ball Arena, man. It's before Game 4, Avs Stars, round 2. You remember they played the Jets in round 1. Nichushkin could not stop scoring goals. He was leading the NHL in playoff goals with 9.
Yep.
We're talking about 9 goals through 8 games. That's a ridiculous clip. That's more than a goal a game. You don't have to be a mathematician to figure that out. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, we're just eating dinner, right at whatever, a couple hours before puck drop. Every reporter starts staring at their phone. And everyone has the exact same reaction of like, what is this email I just got? Val Nichushkin suspended a minimum of 6 months by the NHL.
Wow.
He had violated the terms of the program. He was already in Phase 3, or he was elevated to Phase 3. And they played one of the worst hockey games I had ever seen in a postseason that night. You were down 2-1 in this series to your rival, the Stars.
Yeah.
You needed to tie that thing up 2-2 on your home ice, and they looked like they were playing Buffalo in a preseason game. It could not have been sloppier or uninspired hockey. And I think it's a good reminder they're only humans too.
Yeah, well, and we can't blame them in that moment, learning in that manner.
Val was at morning skate.
Right.
He was at morning skate.
And
then
then
the
a
next
couple
thing you
hours
know,
later,
he's suspended for 6 months.
He's out for 6 months. So that was deflating times 1,000, and that's why they responded in that way, and that's why Dallas got him.
Yeah, and they rallied somehow to win Game 5, back down in Dallas, but then they come back here down 3-2, Game 6. You remember that game goes to double OT.
Yep.
Matt Duchene's the hero. Certainly an Avalanche villain. He's doing his sliding on his knees across the middle of the ice. I mean, it's still seared in my head. I watched it right in front of me. And the finality of Val Nichushkin has not only burned you once, he's burned you twice.
2 times.
2 years with cup or bust aspirations.
Yep.
And they completely fall apart. And I've got a lot of thoughts on this, but I think the biggest one, and I put this in my column, Colorado fans can't help but feel a little robbed by everything that happened. Little robbed. Did he derail a dynasty? I think that's oversimplifying things, but his actions off the ice during the 23 and 24 playoffs did the Avs absolutely no favors, and unfortunately that's a tremendous part of his legacy here in Colorado.
I think it's a complicated legacy, right? Because it's a championship legacy, and then what happened after that? And that's where the problems arise, and that's where his sobriety came from. That's where his staying out of trouble came from. Like, he had to take the Avs through those in back-to-back seasons. He got right, and we all pray, like, just as humans, we all should wish Val Nichushkin nothing but the best. Like, stay away from addiction, and, you know, I see the YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda talking about said addiction. It's one of those things where if you're battling addiction, or if you know someone that's battled addiction, you just can root for Val. And you can just say, hey, man, I know it's a daily struggle. I know it's a daily fight. I know you're fighting it every single day. You may look good. You may look normal, quote unquote. You may look like, quote unquote, you're okay.
Mm-hmm.
And behind the scenes, you're battling that demon. Whatever the addiction is, it's a demon. So you're battling that. We can all root for Val just as human beings to be like, I'm glad you're okay. Well, at the same time, as you mentioned in your article, we can look at the correlation, and correlation does not mean causation, but
Correct.
It doesn't mean it's a 0% incident. The fact that he cleaned up his life and then on the ice he became less than a 50-point scorer this last year and making all that money from the Avalanche. So the math wasn't mathing, and it didn't work out. And Super Joe had to do something. We knew a move for Val Nichushkin was coming. I had mentioned yesterday, why wasn't Chris McFarland involved? You're very friendly with Chris McFarland, of course, Predators GM now. Why wasn't that one of the first moves from Super Joe of like, hey, because you would think, knowing that a Val deal had to happen yesterday, and then it happened like 30 minutes after our show, which I always hate. That's just a radio thing. Like,
Yeah.
if you want breaking news, you want it to happen during your show, because I am the last person to react to it. Mike Evans got to react to it. Mark Schlereth got to react to it. And Stokely's got shingles, or else he'd be reacting to it as well. But, like, we look at it now, we go, okay, that deal had to happen. Why wasn't McFarland the guy to get it done? You know what I mean? Why wasn't McFarland the guy in the Predators to do it? Did he ask and they say no? That was where my head was yesterday. Like, if you couldn't make a move with Chris McFarland, could you possibly move Val Nichushkin? 30 minutes later, he's traded to Columbus. So the answer is yes, you can. Now, what did you get? Did you get enough? You're freeing up the money. It's a salary dump to me. So I know that some are taking issue with the compensation. But trading Val Nichushkin, do you know how complicated that is? Because if you're Columbus, you go, oh, we're getting a guy that is one, bad night away from never playing NHL hockey again.
Correct.
That's tough to move. That's a tough thing. Always talk about the carrot, right? That's pretty tough. Like, hey, you want to trade? We got a guy that's, used to be good, but now he's sober and he's not really good anymore. How do you sell that? Somehow Super Joe did.
And, oh, by the way, he's got $25 million left on his contract. He signed a $49 million deal. He's made $24.5. He's got another $24.5 still to come. So I was thrilled that Joe Sakic got off the deal. And I'm not trying to dance on Valeri Nichushkin on his way out the door. But again, since things went so horribly wrong in Seattle, the Avalanche have not won another Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
And I do think if we live in a different universe and Seattle never happens, and then if Seattle never happens, what happened against Dallas probably never happens. We're talking about McKinnon and Makar and Landeskog, depending on his health. This core has at least 2 rings, if not 3 rings. Maybe Nathan McKinnon had passed Joe Sakic and Peter Forsberg and Patrick Waugh by now. Maybe Cale Makar had passed those guys by now if these things never happened with Nichushkin, and that's what makes it so complicated. We can remember the good times. The good times were great. The bad times didn't completely derail a dynasty, but again, you have to acknowledge what happened, that we could be sitting here talking about an all-time great run in NHL history if Valeri Nichushkin didn't do what he did off the ice.
We could talk about Nathan McKinnon as the best Avalanche player ever, full stop, if that had been the case. Now I'm going to do another what-if with you. What if Chris McFarland had chose Nas at the time, and you had to let Val go? Obviously, he gets suspended. It doesn't matter because he's not here.
He's not on your team.
But if you keep Nas instead of Val at the time, do you again... Is that decision, basically, I'm not dancing on Chris McFarland as he's left the building and he's in Nashville now, but was that decision, the very first decision by Chris McFarland, as you highlight, was that actually the wrong decision?
Probably, yeah.
Do they win with Nas? Did they keep Nas? They let Val go? Do they win another cup?
I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
if you had a do-over, you definitely would do that. And I told this to Zach and Phil yesterday. I was on the drive with them discussing this. I think there's a deep exhale going on at Avalanche headquarters. Not personal necessarily, but the fact the eggshells they had to walk around with this guy. I have friends who work for that organization. I know how stressful this was for them.
How could you sleep at night? You just woke up in a Dallas series where he's at morning skate and then he's suspended.
Yeah, and I think it always lived in the very back of their mind.
Right?
Is 13 on the ice. Okay, he's here. We're good. We're good. Like that was
we didn't get an
checked-
email about a suspension, right?
Exactly. That was a check the box every morning skate. So I think the Avalanche are like you and I. We're glad he's healthy. We're glad he's better. We're glad there hasn't been an incident in a couple years because he's getting tested all the time. If there was an incident, he wouldn't be playing in the NHL. I'm rooting for Valeri Nichushkin, the human. That is so much more important than the hockey player.
Right.
But I do know there are people in the Avs organization that feel better today than they felt 24 hours ago, because the roller coaster that is Val Nichushkin is no longer the Avalanche's problem. And that may sound harsh, but we're also talking about pro sports.
Yeah.
So we can root for him, but we can't just dismiss the hockey. There is a hockey element to this, and Valeri Nichushkin, the hockey player, did a lot of great things for the Avs, and he burned them a few times as well.
Yeah, he burned him, and he burned him bad. Burned him at the worst possible moment. It's almost a Jarrett Stidham type of thing. He's a way better player than Jarrett Stidham because Jarrett Stidham is not good at football. But it's one of those, like, you pick the worst possible time to have the worst possible thing happen. And that's what happened with Val Nichushkin, and that's what the Avs now can breathe that sigh of relief. They can be a little bit rest easy, if you will, because they don't have to worry about that, and they have more salary cap space now that's been used up a little bit. with the Kulak deal specifically, but it's just kind of a relief to be able to move forward, to still be a cup contender, to still be even Stanley Cup favorites, but to not have that, for lack of a better term, albatross like hanging from around your neck. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry if one of your better players, not one of your best players anymore, but one of your better players isn't going to be there. You have no worries about that now.
Yeah, and you mentioned Kulak and Burns. If you're just joining us, they have been re-signed in the last half hour. We started the show saying the Avs have $11 million in salary cap space.
That's less now.
That number has been updated. It is now $5.629 million in salary cap
That's
space.
very precise.
So about half. Well, that's Puckpedia. They're on top of it. So about half that number that you use getting off not only Val, but you got off Ross Colton, you got off Jack Drury as well, has been invested in two key defensemen.
What kind of hole do they have without Val, in your opinion?
Well, it depends on what version you're asking me about, right?
This current version, the one that didn't score 50 points.
Then it's not that big a hole, right? Because you can get, and I know people are going to say you're oversimplifying it. I don't think I am. You can get the McKinnon, Natchez, Lehkonen, Landeskog boost by playing on a line with them. So if your new second-line winger, so to speak, who replaces Val, is coming off a 40-point season, we'll see who that is. He could go put up 65. He could go put up 70 points. Look at Marty Natchez. Marty Natchez is a good player in Carolina. He comes to Denver as his first ever 100-point season, and it was in an Avalanche uniform playing along Nathan McKinnon. We are so blessed in Denver that if you join the Nuggets, you get a Jokic bump. If you join the Avs, you get a McKinnon bump. So what do I need out of their new second-line winger that replaces Val and Nichushkin? I need a guy that had 40 points this year that'll have 60 or 65 points next year.
Yeah.
That's just the bump you get playing on the best offense in the NHL. Is that fair?
That is very fair.
That I can expect whoever comes in, their production will jump Valeri Nichushkin's because that's what happens to every decent player who comes to the Avs.
Then why are people upset about this deal?
Because people like living in the past.
Okay.
And they're remembering how good he was in 22.
That's not who he is today, though, right?
No. And also, if you like living in the past, why aren't you living in what happened in Seattle in 23?
Right.
Why aren't you living what happened in Dallas in 24?
Right.
Like, that's actually more recent.
Yeah.
You know, the bad times are more recent than the good times with Valeri Nichushkin. And that's what made yesterday's move complicated to digest. You know, when a guy gets traded, we know these guys. We're in the locker room with them, but do we really know them? Of course not.
No.
You know, I don't do this job because I want to be best friends with athletes. There are people in this business who want to be best friends with athletes. I think that's a silly way to conduct your life. But when Ross Colton got traded, I didn't have a real strong reaction. Okay, we got cap space. When Jack Drury got traded, he wanted to get paid somewhere else. That's his right. All good.
Right.
When Nichushkin gets traded, it kind of stops you in your tracks for a second. You're like, wow, this really is the end of an era, man. An era that, again, is extremely, extremely complicated.
Yeah, a complicated era, and one that includes hardware, but also includes a couple of trips that were cut short because of Val's consequences, because of his actions directly. Like, that's the thing. This is stuff that didn't happen to Val. This is him making decisions that hurt his team in the worst possible way and hurt his team as one of the best in the NHL. That's why it's complicated. It's not like he hurt a team that had no chance at winning. He hurt a team that was looking to repeat and then looking to get back the following year to prove that they could still win the Stanley Cup. They're still there. They're still there now without Val. And now without Val, they don't have to worry about him not being there.
So let me ask you something that Zach asked me yesterday because I thought it was a really interesting question. If you had the pie chart, and it's just a two pie. You know, it's your pumpkin and pecan at Thanksgiving. In this case, it's just good and bad. What percentage of your Valeri Nichushkin memories, now that chapter is closed in Avalanche history, will be good, will be bad? Here was mine. I told Zach and Phil 60% of my memories will be bad and 40% will be good. Unfortunately, with this particular player, the bad outweighs the good. The good was really good. The bad was really freaking bad. What's your number? Good, bad. That's the only options I'm giving you on the pie chart. How were your memories 10 years from now if someone asks you about Nichushkin?
Yeah.
Do they go to how good he was in 22, or do they go all the crap he put the organization through in 23 and 24?
Well, and I think this is an important exercise for all of us because how are you going to be remembered? You know what I mean? And Val's just going to Columbus, right? So we can watch him from afar and, again, wish him well. As a person, we can wish him well. But how do you remember him? Dude, it's all negative. Are you kidding me? And I'm the positive person.
Wow, so your pie chart's not even 60-40.
Why would it be?
Because he helped you win a cup.
Helped you win a cup, and he could have won the Conn Smythe. but the most recent history is that he hurts you bad at the worst possible time. So I know that worry is the worst form of imagination. But, brother, this isn't imagination. That happened. He hurt you at the worst possible moment twice in 2 seasons on the most difficult trophy to win in all of sports. If we're not witness to that from this season, you're not paying attention. Not you specifically, but, like, people out there, you're not paying attention. We know how tough the Stanley Cup is to win. This team was an absolute wagon, and Vegas beats them, like, down. And they get swept against Vegas in Western Conference Finals. So in a tough sport, in a sport where the trophy is the toughest to win, to have, for lack of a better term, your legs to be cut out from under you at the last possible second, that's on Val Nichushkin. So is there a small percentage that will remember how great he was? Yes. But I'm not a Cowboys fan, and I'm not a Raiders fan, meaning I don't live in the past. I don't live in the past of like, that was great. Remember 4 years ago? What about now? And what about the opportunities you were robbed of as an Avs fan because of the actions of Val Nichushkin?
So can I pin you down for a number then? I mean, is it 100-0? Is it 90-10?
No.
Is
It'd
it
be more like
80-20?
80-20. You know what I mean? It'd be mostly because it's the bad taste of what could have been. 3 cups versus 1. That's what it is. And don't make any jokes about any sort of 1 cup. But, like, you had the opportunity for 3. You got 1. And the reason why you didn't get the other 2, part of the reason why, is Val Nichushkin's actions.
Yeah. And it's a little ironic that Nichushkin and Makar were in that Conn Smythe conversation in 2022, and now their fates were somewhat tied together again. Because it wasn't feasible for the Avalanche to pay Nichushkin big money during the first 3 years of Makar's behemoth new contract that he's hopefully going to sign here in the next couple of weeks. You know, this coming year, I want to emphasize, Gale will play under his current terms this coming year. His extension, you got to sign it now because you can't have a Mikko 2.0. You can't have it bleed into the season, but it won't affect them till 27, 28. You were still on the hook for almost $19 million. It didn't make sense to have to pay Val $19 million over those 3 years when Cale's extension kicked in as well. As I said, it's complicated with him in Denver, filled with good times and bad, and acknowledging both of those makes the finality of yesterday even a little more tough to process.
And if you waited, because Makar's money doesn't kick in yet, if you waited and you hadn't got anything done with Makar and you waited on the Val trade, I know you got to get rid of Val then.
Right.
I know you have, so I'm not giving you anything.
Well, half that cap space has already gone to use because in the last 45 minutes, Brett Kulak and Brett Burns have both re-signed with the Avalanche. I wish Val the best. I want to make that very clear. I'm rooting for the human being. I'm rooting for his growing family. We know that's been a really important part of his life now too, which I think, as you said, addiction's a battle every single day, but I think when you're caring for a partner and a young child, that can help certainly change your perspective on the world as well.
Yeah.
But I can't just sit here and say it's all puppies and roses when the guy leaves town. You know, if Aaron Gordon left the Nuggets, it would all be puppies and roses. Yeah, we'd be upset about the injuries, but AG can't control those. It's not his fault. Val had stuff that he could have controlled, and unfortunately it didn't work out. So it's a huge move. It's a huge move for this version of the Avalanche to finally move on from Valeri Nichushkin. And again, they've re-signed a couple defensemen earlier today. All right, coming up next, let's get back to the Broncos because there's still a lack of respect after that 14-win season. What do they have to do to get it, to earn it, to make a statement? That's coming up next.
The Colorado Avalanche have made a major move.
So we have some breaking news.
The Avs have traded veteran forward Valeri Nichushkin to the Columbus Blue Jackets, ending a 7-year run in burgundy and blue. In return, they get 3 draft picks, giving them 10 total ahead of Friday night's draft. What does this mean for the rest of the offseason? And what additional moves does Super Joe have up his sleeve? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Hey guys, it's that time of year. Time to get your lawn in great shape for the season. And when it comes to healthier, greener grass, I know of no two better products than Rich Lawn Turf Food and Revive Ready Spray. Rich Lawn Turf Food is premium organic-based fertilizer that builds stronger soil and keeps your lawn lush and green longer. And you'll find Rich Lawn Turf Food along with Easy Green Grass Seed, Iron Rich for yellow lawns, and Go Rich organic-based garden fertilizer at the Home Depot or your local garden center. Then give your lawn a boost with Revive, the fast-acting, organic-based lawn treatment that helps create thicker, greener grass with deeper watering and deeper roots. Say goodbye to the backyard blues, guys. With Rich Lawn and Revive, your yard will be ready in no time. Find it at Home Depot or your local gardening center.
When Vantage walks your property for a threat zone analysis, they don't send a salesman. They send a security pro with years of experience designing and installing these systems. The same pro who walks your property, designs your system, installs your cameras, and picks up the phone 3 years later when you need them. Same team, start to finish. That's the Vantage standard. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today.
Shop Honda keeps car buying simple. One price, one person, 1 hour means no games, no back and forth, and no dealer handling fees ever. Upfront pricing and one dedicated advisor who handles everything from start to finish. It's straightforward, stress-free, and honestly the way car buying should have always been. At Shop Honda, the experience is just as good as the vehicle you're driving home. Discover the Shop Honda difference for yourself. Visit Shop Honda today, proud partner of the Dover and Cecil Show.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303 Law 4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Need better rest? Let Mattress Firm sleep experts match you with the perfect bed at the July 4th sale. They make sleep easy.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on the Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is GOAL, G-O-A-L. Text GOAL to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's GOAL to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Appreciate all the reaction to that Valerian Nichushkin conversation over the last 25 minutes. So much of it pouring in on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. The 3178 says Nichushkin made McKinnon better. That was his real value. Maybe at his peak he made Nathan McKinnon better, but he certainly didn't make Nathan McKinnon better the last few years.
Right.
McKinnon, I think, in my eyes, got robbed of a Hart Trophy this year, and that was certainly not because of Valeri Nichushkin. That was him feeling so comfortable with Marty Necas and playing out of his mind. But you're right. Back in the day, Val and Nathan, they had chemistry for sure, and it helped lead the Avalanche to a Stanley Cup. The 3773 says, this is from Chris, they would have lost to Vegas in 23 and Florida in 24. Chris, here's the reality. I would have loved to see those series. I would have loved to see the Avs Knights, but Nichushkin did what he did, and you lost to the Kraken. 24, I would have loved to see a Stanley Cup final against Florida. He did what he did, and you lost to the Stars. So, Chris, I see where you're coming from, but we don't know they would have lost to Vegas or Florida. We just never got to see those series play out.
Right, and it would have been one of those, can you catch lightning in a bottle again? Can you go make another run? Tommy, here in our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Ponda, says, my take on Val is this. Bye.
A lot of people feel that
and
way.
Then Mel and others, G. Golly? I can't pronounce this.
Don't get caught saying something you should.
Exactly. DeBrusk is nice. We're talking about Jake DeBrusk.
Jake DeBrusk?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Keep him on the radar. I mean, again, you've re-signed Kulak and Burns, so you've still got about $5.5 million in cap space to play with. So, yeah, we'll see. But it's an emotional topic, I think, for a lot of people because it's not just sports. That's the sad thing. I like talking sports with you. You like talking sports with me.
Right.
With Val, we have to talk things that are not sports because that is part
well,
of
and
his
we have
legacy.
to talk about part of humanity that's, part of humanity, but also very sad. We have to talk about addiction.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his addiction cost this team 2 chances at more Stanley Cups. It cost him personally, and his personal stuff is more important. Again, his life is more important than his hockey play. But when in this instance, we have to talk about both, and we have to talk about stuff that's a little bit heavier than our normal sandbox that we get to play in, which is like, hey, sports, everybody. Important stuff, we just like, nah, we're in the sandbox, so what are we talking about important stuff? In this Val case, we have to broach the subject.
That is well said by you. All right, let's get this thing back over to the Broncos. An interesting list came out from Bill Barnwell, and man, they are not getting much respect. He ranked wide receiver, tight end, and running back groups for 2026. So the Broncos were 23rd on this list last year. Again, this is not quarterbacks, defense, head coach. It's just those specific positions. But you go and trade for Jalen Waddle, Cease. You're like, oh,
yeah,
that's got to give us a bump. What are we going to be this year? 12, 13, 14? Barnwell still has the Broncos at number 23 on this list.
That's weird.
Does that strike you as disrespectful from a guy I know that you generally respect and are friends with in Bill Barnwell, but you go and acquire Waddle and your ranking last year was 23 and it's still 23 this year?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, wait, you didn't update you just took last year's report and then you didn't update it, right? Is that what happened? No, because he mentions Jalen Waddle in there. Like, Jalen Waddle should have provided a bump of at least 5 spots. I'm being pessimistic. It should be 10 spots. Jalen Waddle is going to reshape and revamp this Broncos offense in a way that people don't yet see. We haven't seen it yet, but I know Waddle's game, and I know how Sean Payton and Davis Webb would like to implement him with a guy like Bo Nix. You know what that means? 150 targets. You know what that means? At least 1,000 yards receiving, maybe 1,100, maybe even more than that. I'd say 1,100 is probably about his mean, maybe his floor, but he should live in the 1,100 to 1,400 range, and that's where Jalen Waddle's going to be. And while at the same time, we talk about this on Orange and Blue today with me and Mace rocking it on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. What's up, YouTube? It's not just what Waddle does. It's what he opens up for everybody else. So this Broncos offense, sans quarterback, I understand what Bill's trying to do here, but to not say the Broncos moved a single spot by adding Jalen Waddle, by the way, you kept J.K. Dobbins. It's not like they move on from Dobbins and R.J. Harvey is maybe even somewhat unproven in a second year or whatever. There's some ways you can do some mental gymnastics. You add Jalen Waddle, but you lose Cortland Sutton. Then you can do but here's the one over here about that. There's still 23. They added Waddle and they kept everybody. How does that equal 23 again? It just merely does not.
No, and there's some teams in front of them that kind of knock my socks off. I hit you with a couple in the 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to hit you with a couple more now, okay? He's got the New Orleans Saints at 13 on this list.
Wow.
He's got the Saints at 13 and the Broncos at 23. He's got the New York Jets at 12 on this list. and the Broncos at 23. And again, we're not doing quarterbacks, we're not doing head coaches, we're not doing defenses. But do you think of the Jets as the 12th best team when it comes to skill players in the NFL?
No, I see Garrett Wilson and Jalen Waddle as being pretty equal in what they can do. Is Wilson better as a number one? I mean, maybe a little, maybe. But he also has to deal with dog trash quarterbacks. Hey, it's Geno, and Geno's not that bad. Okay.
You sure?
Well, are we even sure he's going to play? But anyway, that's a situation where this whole list seems very wrong-headed. And again, Bill Barnwell's one of the good guys. But this is a terrible list.
Well, and I know one that ticked off Kevin Kistner, your producer here on this program, was that the Patriots were 30th last year.
Yeah.
Which I think going into last year, that was probably a fair ranking. New England was on no one's radar.
Sure.
They go to the Super Bowl. They shouldn't have gone to the Super Bowl, but Bo Nix broke his ankle, so they do. With the addition of A.J. Brown, they jumped from 30 to 10. So how is A.J. Brown worth moving up 20 spots on this list, but Jalen Waddle for the Broncos is neutral? That's where, again, I like Bill. I've read Bill for years. I've watched him on TV for years. That's where he loses me a little bit on this.
Yeah.
You're going to bump New England 20 spots for acquiring A.J. Brown. And I know they did a handful of other things, but that was the big headline. The Broncos' big headline was Jalen Waddle. One team gets no benefit, and the other team gets a 20-spot bump. That bothers me.
Yeah, and it bothers me because A.J. Brown is better than Jalen Waddle, but not by much. Not by much.
But doesn't some of his baggage cancel out? Because Waddle, we have not heard of any baggage.
Mm-hmm.
All business with Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Just an all business
He gets
dude.
a little banged up. That's his quote-unquote baggage.
Right, but A.J. Brown's
up.
reading books on the sideline and posting stuff after he wins a Super Bowl.
On a
that
championship team.
That he's not happy because he wasn't a big enough. It's like, dude, you reached the mountaintop. Just go be happy.
You're a championship player.
Right.
Hey. Yeah, I would say that there's a few things. We didn't bring it up because, where's Kansas City on this list? But Kenneth Walker has there's some Seattle people that I know, and some of the Seattle people that told me Russell Wilson was going to be traded 3 years before he was, when I was on Stokely and Zach, and I was like, hey, Russell Wilson's going to be available 3 years before it happened, and they're like, that's crazy. It wasn't crazy. They were planning on that. Do you know what I've heard about Kenneth Walker?
What?
Kansas City might want to, be careful with that. Got a little of that A.J. Brown type of, I'm the biggest deal ever, that type of stuff.
And you're going to play with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, so you may want to check the ego at the door.
Yeah, you might want to check, even though you're the Super Bowl MVP, you might want to check that ego because they've got hardware. They have rings, plural. You've got one ring, Kenneth Walker. With A.J. Brown, it's that similar type of I'm the best ever, right? So I think New England misses the postseason this year. And I don't say that because I hate New England. I just understand what Buffalo has done. I understand the rest of this conference. Baltimore's going to be better. Cincinnati's going to be better. We know the AFC West is going to be all good except for the Raiders.
Loaded.
And then the South, Jacksonville, Houston, and Indianapolis with Daniel Jones healthy again. They're all three going to be contenders. So because of that, one, if you're the Broncos, you better go win your division. I don't care if you have the 23rd offense or the 33rd offense. You better go win this division because finding a playoff spot in the AFC is going to be very, very tough. And I think that's where New England, if we're to play musical chairs this year, I think the music stops and Mike Vrabel is standing, not sitting.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I like that prediction. If they go from Super Bowl to not making the playoffs, but you're right. You start doing the math. When I look at the AFC, I go, there's 11 or 12 contenders. I'm using that word loosely. 11 or 12 playoff teams.
Sure.
There's not 11 or 12 spots. There's only seven spots.
There's 7 spots.
So 4 teams are going to get left out in the cold. And then, of course, we know some of the teams that are bad. You asked about the Chiefs. They're 20th on this list. So they are 3 spots ahead of the Broncos in terms of playmaker rankings, running back,
well, then
wide receiver,
Barnwell's low on them, too.
Mm-hmm. You want to know about the Chargers and the Raiders?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me pull those up real quick. So the Chargers are 19. So we got 3 AFC West
teams. So the
teams.
19th, 20th, and 23rd teams all reside in the AFC West.
Correct.
The AFC West is way better than that. Way better than that.
And then the Raiders are 26.
They're only 3 spots behind Denver.
You do have Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty.
Sure.
I mean, if we're ranking running backs and tight ends, now Genty hasn't proved it yet at an NFL level.
Right.
Certainly Bowers has, but it goes to show you, it's a good reminder why I'm glad to be a Broncos fan, because even if you're 23 in running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, you can still hoist Lombardi because you've got the head coach to hoist Lombardi.
Mm-hmm.
You certainly have the defense to hoist Lombardi.
Yeah.
And you've got a quarterback who has a little honey badger in him. He don't care. He don't care. I thought Bo Nix's press conference last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was, his best press conference as a Bronco.
That's what you said immediately when you came back. You were like, that's the best I've ever seen Bo.
He was raw. He was honest. It was 16 minutes long. He was making jokes. He was using humor. And he said, it's a broken bone, for crying out loud. All of you have dealt with a broken bone.
He gave you some really good answers that day.
He did. And hopefully he can stay healthy this season. And we can say, you're 23rd on this list, but you're number one in our hearts, winning the Super Bowl at SoFi Stadium. All right, coming up next, we mentioned statement wins. When can the Broncos get a chance to make their first one? I think it's pretty simple. We'll dive into it.
Is Denver's grip on Davis Webb stronger than anyone wants to believe?
So he's so appreciative of the opportunity and understands what a great opportunity is, and also what a great opportunity is to work under Sean for multiple years. He is not going to go coach at some franchise or some organization where you've got no chance to win. He's not going to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For 90 years, Belco Credit Union has proudly called Colorado home. That's thanks to all our members who have helped us grow alongside our beautiful state. To celebrate our anniversary, Belco is offering a special low fixed rate on a new home equity choice line advance. If you've been waiting to start a new home renovation project, now's the perfect time. Go to belco.org/90 years to see full offer details. Equal housing opportunity lender. Membership eligibility required. All loans subject to approval. Belco, banking for everyone.
Don't miss the Tree Farm's Gardener's Sale, going on now. See what's on sale at thetreefarm.com. Get up to 30% off all sizes of shade trees, flowering trees, and fruit trees, including aspen, apple, cherry, maple, oak, and more. For example, 3-year-old, 6-foot-tall autumn blaze maple trees, only $129.99 each. Don't miss the Tree Farm's Gardener's Sale. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Colorado weather can be tough on your roof. If hail, wind, or storm damage strikes, call Colorado's Best Roofing. Locally owned since 2012, they're a GAF Master Elite contractor with an A+ BBB rating, serving residential and commercial properties. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better. Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So the Broncos had some statement wins last year, certainly some memorable ones as well. Statement, I think, of going into Philly, beating the at the time defending champ Eagles. The comeback against the Giants on DT Day, Cease. You'll never, ever forget that one. Down 26-8 with like 5 minutes left, and you win that football game. But I need to ask you, do they still need quote-unquote statement wins?
Yeah.
Or are they at the point where the other team's beating them makes the statement? To simplify it, are they the hunters still, or are they now the hunted?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt the Denver Broncos are the hunted this year because that 14-win record and an appearance in the AFC Championship game. You are no longer sneaking up on anybody. You're no longer the team that, I can't believe the Broncos did it. I can't believe they hung around and they got it done at the end. And it's not just the Broncos defense. Now, a lot of it is the Broncos defense. But when you have a quarterback that's not afraid of the moment, and say what you will about Bo Nix, bring up the ankles, bring up his, he doesn't have a rocket arm. Okay, right on. That's true. He doesn't have a rocket arm. Do you need a rocket arm? You know that Bo Nix is clutch.
But that arm, let's just pause there real quick. That arm has rocket moments. That arm does have big throws in it. Think about the moon balls he was throwing in Cincinnati to Marvin Mims his rookie year. Were those not rocket arm type footballs? I mean, especially the touchdown over the top in the middle of the field.
Right.
I mean, that he may not have a cannon. He may not have John Elway's arm, but I think there's this narrative that, Bo Nix has a weaker arm. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He's got the strong enough arm to make all the throws.
Exactly.
That he needs to make. Those Josh Allen throws, those 80-yarders, happens like once a year. It's very, very rare. Now, the guys that can do it, they're very, very rare as well. But you know what else is rare? And this might be the more rare trait, because guys with big arms come out every year. Hell, Drew Lock had a big arm. How'd that work out? You know what I mean?
He got a ring.
He did get a ring. But to steal a Dr. Phil line of like, well, how'd that work out?
Mm-hmm.
The guys with the big arm, it can be the crutch. But the perhaps more rare skill set that Bo Nix does possess is clutch ability. He's not afraid of the moment. You can be down by 10 in the fourth quarter. You could have 2 minutes left. He's going to win you the game. So because of that, now an opponent will know it going in. We've got to watch out for the Broncos. We know their quarterback's clutch. We know the defense is top-notch. The rest of them, not scary. You've got to go out and be scary this year because you are the hunted now. You've got to be more of the aggressor than when you were last year, where you just hang around, your defense would keep you in a game because no one's ever really going to blow you out outside of Jacksonville. No one's ever really going to blow you out. And because of that, you can hang around, and then you've got this quarterback who just wins in the most unlikely moments. You're not going to have that this year.
And I want to pay off the tease. I said, when can they make a statement win? I think they can do it week 1. Man, I mean, think about the atmosphere in Arrowhead, Monday Night Football, September 14th against the Chiefs. I promise you, that morning you're going to be watching the get-ups and all that, and they're going to be breaking down what happened in the first Sunday, but they will certainly turn their attention to Monday Night Football. Everyone's going to pick the Chiefs in that football game because Mahomes is back. Kelsey's back for his last dance.
It's at home.
I'm sure Taylor Swift will be there in the house. Like, it's going to have the feel of a huge, massive football game, and it should. It's week 1. We're all pumped that football's back. It's early supremacy in the AFC West. You win that night, Kansas City's chasing you the whole season. You lose, you kind of feel like you're chasing the Chiefs, particularly if they can get back on track.
Yeah, you're chasing the Chiefs while they're getting better.
Exactly.
Week 1, they're not going to be as polished as they will in week 10.
And that's why when the schedule came out, I was firmly of the belief everyone's like, why don't we start at home? I think it's great to start in Arrowhead. Would I rather go to Arrowhead September 14th or December 14th? Pretty clear answer.
Yeah.
I'd rather do it in September. Mahomes is coming off multiple injuries in his knee. He's certainly going to play, but he's still human. It's only going to be 8 months after he tore his ACL and I believe the LCL as well. If you win, that's your statement win. The premise of this segment is, can they have statement wins? Well, the opportunity doesn't take long to form.
Right.
You can have a statement win week 1. Week 2, you could argue you could have a statement win because Jacksonville came into your house, as you said, blew you out. Only team you got embarrassed by last year. Week 3, you get the Rams here. A lot of people think they're going to hoist Lombardi. That would be a statement win. Week 4, you're at San Fran. I'm not as high on the Niners, but
it's a statement against the power station.
And they still have star power. Christian McCaffrey is still a star.
Right.
George Kittle, he's not quite Travis Kelce, but he's still a star. And then week 5 and 6, you get the Chargers in SoFi, and then you get Seattle here. I don't think that there's any question that getting out of those first 6 at 4-2 would be a huge statement. Every power ranking in the country, if the Broncos are 4-2 or 5-1 after those first 6 games, should have Denver number 1 on the list.
Yeah, they should, and they probably won't. Now, after the first 6, how many are statement games?
Very few.
Is Carolina a statement game? No.
No.
Is Vegas? No. Pittsburgh? No. Miami? No. Jets? No. Buffalo?
Sure, because that's Christmas here. Be a lot of eyes on that game. We know it's a Netflix game. We know it's a standalone game.
Josh Allen revenge.
And that was the game of the season. I think that was the best game played in the NFL last year, was the divisional round between the Broncos and Bills.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
It was great.
The emotions,
All
the
theater,
roller coaster.
Right. Everything.
And Buffalo may get you that day because that's what Buffalo does. They win big regular season games. They don't win big playoff games.
Yep.
But the first 6, the last 3, very tough. So let's flip that coin. I said if they start 4-2, 5-1, they need to be top of the power rankings. Even if they're 2-4, man, I'm not going to say they're dead. There's going to be a lot of people that want to fly off the handle.
Oh, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people, and we'll get to Davis Webb coming up at the top of the hour and his role in the offense. But there's going to be a lot of people calling for a play calling change.
Yeah.
If you're 2-4, it would not shock me in the least if you rattle off a 7-game winning streak after that and you're 9-4.
Okay, so do you know the picture you're painting? And I love doing this exercise with you because we know how this game is played. The Broncos are 2-4. They're 3-3. Let's just say they're 3-3. They're 3-3 after 6, and their power rankings are 23rd or whatever. You know what people are going to do? And this is beneficial for the Broncos. Do you know what they're going to do?
What?
They're going to forget about Dre. And what did Em say? Don't forget about Dre.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen? They're going to be 3-3 and beat up on Arizona. Maybe they even lose to Kansas City. So you're 4-4 after 8. Guess what? The nation's going to forget about you. The Broncos are going to be the afterthought, and then you could possibly ramp up and then sneak in and do damage that people aren't expecting you to, because the national narrative, if you're 3-3, is they're an average team. Last year was a fluke. People think last year was a fluke. People do not think nationally that the Broncos are building something. They're going out of their way to blow bubbles at Mike Vrabel. They're going out of their way to blow bubbles at Drake May. They're not doing any of that with Sean Payton or Bo Nix. They're not looking at the Broncos as they're here. They're looking at, last year was a fluke. If they go 3-3 in those first 6, that fluke narrative is going to perpetuate around the nation. Not locally, but nationwide, people are going to forget about the Broncos.
Well, locally we have brains, and we can understand that the first 6 games are really tough. But you're right. Just dudes, guys, gals, whoever, who are not really paying attention aren't going to respect that 3-3 out of the gate is actually not a bad result.
Right.
Like, that's what you and Dover are going to have to remind yourselves here coming in every Monday. And you both are vets and pros. You will. But we can't fly off the handle if you get out of that stretch at 3-3. If the schedule was reversed and the soft part was the first 8, then, yeah, you would need to start 5-1, 6-0,
right.
7-1, 8-0, whatever. But with the way the NFL schedule is laid out, 3-3 wouldn't be the end of the world. You can still win the division if you start 3-3.
Mm-hmm.
2-4, I think you can still win the division. 1-5, that's when I think panic would certainly be warranted.
Right.
But they're going to have plenty of chances for statements, particularly early in this schedule. But what if it doesn't go right? What's that mean for Davis Webb? We talked to our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan insider Mike Kliss about that. We'll play some of that next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
There was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
My father started Williams Jewelers in 1947 as a humble little neighborhood jewelry shop, and I opened our Cherry Creek North store in 1973. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Michelle Williams. I literally grew up here in the jewelry business, grading diamonds and gemstones and designing custom jewelry for families just like yours.
Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find our curated collections, including Hearts on Fire, Liga Bahar, Sloan Street, Mastaloni pearls, and dozens more.
And a diamond and bridal department with the latest engagement ring styles and wedding bands from Tacori, A. Jaffe, and Gabriel & Company.
Add to that Tag Heuer sporting watches and pre-owned Rolex timepieces, all at the guaranteed best prices in Colorado.
At Williams Jewelers, we're proudly old school Cherry Creek North, where people and sweet puppies are always welcome.
And where you'll always be treated just like our father would.
Like family.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event at the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease. GrooveToyota.com. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease and soon. Hurry into Inglewood to Groove Toyota before the best Tacomas are gone. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere.
Closed end lease for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing. Zero security deposit. Unapproved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Offer expires 6/30/26.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, Robbie Andino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases and 300 trials. My entire family's military, and I want to carry that legacy over to helping you grunts and officers out. If you've got a divorce going on, or you got a domestic violence, or heck, if you've even been put in handcuffs, give me a ring immediately. I've never lost a DV trial. That leads me to be a beast in a courtroom, in a divorce case, in a custody case. Let's face it, the paper-pushing telephone softies can't compete. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or give me a ring, 720-706-5151.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it? It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Today's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday!
It is Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover.
My God, we're already on hour 4.
We're flying by, man.
Can you believe it?
We're cruising today.
We just have a good time when we do the show.
We've had some interesting conversations about Valeri Nichushkin and the legacy he left here in Denver. Right. We've brought you some breaking Avs news that both Brett Kulak and Brent Burns have been re-signed. And we talked to our guy, 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Insider, Mike Kliss, live from Oswego, Illinois, as Mike enjoys his summer. You want to just hear from Mike Cease? Let's just do that so we can sort of set this up in terms of why we're talking about Davis Webb.
Because we just got done talking about those first 6 games.
Right. And our own Cecil Lammy asked our 9 News and 104.3 The Fan Insider, Mike Kliss, if it gets off to a bad start, is Sean Payton going to rip those play-calling duties back from Davis?
I'll go ahead and say that he won't there, Cecil.
Thank you, Mike.
but it kind of depends on what 3-3 looks like.
Okay.
You know, if it's 3-3 and they're 30-27, they're not giving away the play calling. If they're 3-3 and they've won 3 games 10-7 and they've lost 3 games by scoring 10 points, then yeah, they're taking away that play calling. I would think after that stretch. You're right. That's a big stretch for Davis Webb, but don't let that's a big stretch for Vance Joseph too, because he's been a top 3 defense the last 2 years, and his defense at times met its match. It's going to be a tough stretch for him too. I can't wait to see what those first 6 games look like. I think the Broncos believe that the tougher teams they got at home, and they can handle the teams on the road. And if they come out of there, they're confident they can come out of there 4-2 or 5-1 and sail. That's a heck of a stretch for Davis Webb. But don't forget, there's some offenses. Jacksonville handled Vance Joseph's defense last year, and they're the home opener. So he's going to be tested.
All right, so let's go through some numbers here then. I think 0-6, 1-5. We can both agree Davis Webb's no longer calling the plays. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
What if they're 2-4 or 3-3? You agree with Mike? It depends on how it looks.
I think 2-4, it's still taken away. I think 3-3 is the conversation. If you're 500 and the optics are good, like last-second field goals, right? They began last year, as you and I are the only ones. Kistner as well. 13 wins. We all
3 of us had 13-4. We were wrong.
And they were 1-2 to start because of those stupid last-second the field goals and situations. So if they're 3-3 and a couple of those losses are, oh, man, it was that last-second thing, then, yeah, I think Davis Webb is safe. So I like that coming from Kliss. I wanted to put him on the spot because it's interesting. Like, would he drop any sort of little hints or anything? I've heard enough to know that Sean is not completely going away. Sean is not going to, the Homer meme where he's a fan of one thing and then he backs into the shrub and he comes out and he's a fan of somebody else.
Yep.
It's not like it's going to be Davis Webb as OC and then back into the shrubs and then Sean Payton as OC. Like, that's not going to be the case. But knowing what I've heard about Sean and his treatment of Davis Webb, he's going to be overlooking things, hopefully not helicopter parenting. Because at the end of the day, for all of us parents out there, and God bless us all, some of us, helicopter parenting never works. Do you know anyone from your life that's like, oh, they had helicopter parents. They turned out great. I don't think you can helicopter parent, and I think that, unfortunately, Sean Payton's going to try to do a little bit of that, a little bit of helicopter parenting with Davis Webb. Hopefully that is quickly nulled because Davis Webb is performing so well.
Yeah, I mean, just in my friend group, the parents that were the strictest and the most over the top, kids went to college, they went nuts, right?
Exactly.
Because they had no freedom in high school.
They did the most.
And they did the most. And so you have to balance that line of like, no, I can't let my kid be a screw-up who's getting D's and F's and partying every weekend.
Right.
But also if my kid brings home a B and then misses curfew by 15 minutes, maybe I shouldn't freak out.
Yeah,
So
so
it's that
3-3
treading that line.
3-3 is literally you're like a C student, But, you're almost a B. That one
But you're
exam.
taking an honors class with this schedule.
Exactly.
I mean, this is an honors schedule, so a C is really like a B.
Exactly. So I think that you can be a little hovering as a parent. Sean Payton's going to be hovering around Davis Webb. Leave him alone. Leave him alone as much as you possibly can. Sean's going to have to fight that urge, and it's on Sean to do that. Or, and I don't want to pull this card, but it can be pulled. It's on Greg to tell him. You're going to give Davis some room here, right?
Like the full year room? Like, do you think the owner of the team could tell the head coach, hey, we're 2-4, but you promised him he's the OC and he gets play calling duties. He still gets to call plays.
Yeah, I think Greg would probably want some proof of like, okay, here's what maybe Sean would have done. Like, you don't want to get it too convoluted because they're obviously paying and trusting Sean Payton to make these sort of decisions. But I'm sure that is perhaps a point of emphasis behind the scenes of like, okay, Sean, do your thing. Make sure Davis is doing his thing, but don't be too overbearing.
Well, and overbearing is going to be something that we're going to have to watch if they get off to a poor start.
Oh, and don't you think he's going to want to be overbearing?
Yes, because Sean's instincts will be that they need to make a big change. Uh-oh, we're 2-4. I'm the play caller again. David, he's going to start treating him like Joe Lombardi. Because what was Joe Lombardi to Sean? He was just kind of a sounding board. I don't think, a little behind radio here.
You're not saying anything that's untrue.
Little behind the scenes of radio here. The Broncos put their coordinators at the podium every week.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great thing the Broncos do. We want to hear from coordinators.
Yes.
I only played Vance Joseph audio. That was the only one anyone cared about because VJ's a household name. He's a former head coach. He was pursuing head coaching opportunities. Fans wanted to hear from Vance Joseph. Fans did not want to hear from Joe Lombardi. And the only time we played the special teams coordinator? When the special teams screwed up. When you're getting 35-yard field goals blocked in Kansas City when Bo should have gone and won in his rookie year and Alex Forsythe gets bowled over. Now, you know what you and Dover are going to be listening to a lot of this year? Davis Webb. Fans want to hear it. You're going to be curious about that audio, curious what Davis has to say. And those press conferences, if they are off to a fast start, they'll be fun and loose. If they're not, you better believe Davis Webb's going to be getting questions. Are you worried that you're still going to continue to call plays?
Oh, no doubt.
And that'll make things uncomfortable at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
That'll be asked in the first month of the season. If the record is 3-3 or 2-4 or whatever, that'll be asked in the month of October, and he will have that. And the thing is, you just revealed a great truth, Will Peterson, and I'm glad that you said it because I'm going to steal it from you. I'm going to give you a quarter every time I say it, but you do not want Davis Webb to be Joe Lombardi. And I say that with all due respect to Joe, all due respect to Coach Lombardi, because he was kind of a sounding board, a placeholder, you know what I mean? He had the title of offensive coordinator. But I remember asking, because we all know about the Shanahan first 15, right?
Sure.
First 15. And I remember a year ago asking Joe Lombardi again about like, hey, your first 15, you guys, how do you guys put that together? And Joe Lombardi told me, well, it was a committee. They put it together. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm listening, I'm nodding. I'm like, oh, it's just Sean. So Joe Lombardi says, we're a committee. We put together the first 15. And my mind's going like, no. You're just telling me it's just Sean.
Right.
Sean's putting together that first 15. And they were awful, by the way. That's why they get off to a slow start. And historically, Sean Payton's teams have gotten off to a historic start. So I tell you again, in those first 6 weeks, if they're 3-3, count that as a blessing. Sean Payton starts slow. This thing likely is going to start slow this year. And if it does, nobody lose their mind. They can still win 13 games. They can still go to the Super Bowl and win it.
Yeah, and that's what I would encourage people to have, too, is patience.
Patience.
And recognizing the schedule. One more quick thought on this. Ben Solak had an interesting article on how, with the transition to a play caller that's 30 years younger, the Broncos are going to be able to get in and out of the huddle faster. It never looked as bad as it did with Hackett and Russell Wilson, and fans were infamously counting down the play clock. But there is an element of efficiency that I think we believe all can improve with Sean handing the play calling duties off to Davis.
Yes. Yeah, no doubt. They can be more efficient and they can use more tempo, stuff that Sean wasn't really ready to do yet with Bo Nix. I think in year 3, that's when you can unleash hell. That is Bo Nix.
Yeah, no, it could be. I mean, Bo said, he told Kevin Kistner a couple weeks ago his goal is to win MVP. I would love for Bo Nix to win an MVP because that would mean that this transition to Davis Webb has worked out brilliantly. And honestly, it'll mean that Davis Webb's a head coach in the NFL sooner rather than later. All right, we're breaking down one Broncos player or position group each day at this time. And today we're on to the Broncos running back room, specifically Harvey Coleman, the health of J.K. Dobbins. We'll do all that coming up next.
The Nuggets went shopping for athleticism, experience, and depth in the NBA draft. Denver grabbed Arkansas forward Trevin Brazile, a 6'10" playmaker with elite-length, explosive athleticism. Then added Bryce Hopkins, a physical wing from St. John's who helped lead the Red Storm to Big East titles and brings toughness, rim pressure, and versatility. Are these second-round picks the next hidden gems to develop alongside Nikola Jokic? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh over here to tell you about my experience at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's been a complete game changer for me with my testosterone levels. A couple years ago, I was tired all the time because I wasn't sleeping well through the night. That led to no energy for my little yoga workout in the morning. You know what else it affected? My sex life. You can increase your sex drive. You can have better sleep, all with your testosterone levels being where they're supposed to be. So what did I do? Same thing you should do. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com right now. Take their low T quiz. Set up your first appointment. First appointment's only going to cost you $99. If you do what I did, signing up for testosterone treatment on the day of, they waive the $99. You'll get your first pain-free booster shot, and then in about 2 weeks, you'll start to feel a difference in your body. Here I am 2 years later, feeling like a completely different man. So if you're feeling any of those symptoms, don't just chalk it up to old age. Do something about it today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
8 seconds. Adrenaline unleashed. Man versus beast. Every second counts. The most talked about event at Cheyenne Frontier Days returns. The PRCA's Extreme Bulls Tour explodes into the legendary arena for 2 nights only, July 20th and 21st, where the rankest bulls buck hard and the world's most elite cowboys ride into history. Don't miss the Extreme Bulls, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
Hey guys, it's that time of year. Time to get your lawn in great shape for the season. And when it comes to healthier, greener grass, I know of no 2 better products than Rich Lawn Turf Food and Revive Ready Spray. Rich Lawn Turf Food is premium organic-based fertilizer that builds stronger soil and keeps your lawn lush and green longer. And you'll find Rich Lawn Turf Food along with Easy Green Grass Seed, Iron Rich for yellow lawns, and Go Rich organic-based garden fertilizer at the Home Depot or your local garden center. Then give your lawn a boost with Revive, the fast-acting organic-based lawn treatment that helps create thicker, greener grass with deeper watering and deeper roots. Say goodbye to the backyard blues, guys. With Rich Lawn and Revive, your yard will be ready in no time. Find it at Home Depot or your local gardening center.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Larry. The IRS is really hounding you. It's escalating. They even assigned a person to your case.
Saying that we owed a bunch of money because of clerical error. We didn't know that at the time. They were going to collect a bunch of money for it.
They're literally just beating you up.
Oh, yeah. You know, certified mail letters coming and the IRS telling us they're going to levy our checking accounts. And then, you know, when the guy shows up at your front door, you figure, we better do something.
Yeah. How much did you really have to pay them?
It started out the IRS telling us that we owed them $15,000.
That's real money.
By the time Advanced Tax Solutions got done, the number was zero.
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 That's the perfect solution, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's the best number. Our stress is gone. We're not dealing with the IRS anymore. We haven't since we went and met with Advanced Tax Solutions.
Thank you so much for coming in. That just means so much to me.
Not a problem.
Every situation is different. And if we can give you a hand, it's 303-753-6040 or jump online at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Some Blink 182 for you on a Friday. Always brings back good memories. It is not all the small things, but that was certainly the song of the Avs Cup. Theme song, if you will, of their Cup run in 2022.
What's our theme song need to be this year? Let us know. Ramoslaw.com text line and our YouTube chat powered by Sean Honda. Because I think theme is kind of an order of the day, right? Like, you need a theme. You asked earlier, are the Broncos the hunter or the hunted? They're definitely the hunted. What are the Avs? You know what I mean? After a disappointing sweep by the Vegas Golden Knights, like what kind of song, what kind of music would emphasize who they're going to be this year?
All right, we'll take some suggestions. 303-713-1043 on the Ramoslaw.com text line. Sounds like Joe Sakic may meet with the media this afternoon, so plenty to ask Super Joe about. Appreciate that because obviously he just talked a couple weeks ago, but since then he's traded Ross Colton, he's traded Jack Drury, he's traded Valerian Nichushkin. And if you've missed it, you're just tuning in. The Avalanche have re-signed Brett Kulak and Brent Burns earlier today in a span of minutes to shore up their D-core. I want to continue these position previews that you and Dover have started to dive into, and you'll do over the next few weeks before training camp. And we are on to the running backs, and it starts and begins with J.K. Dobbins because, as you have outlined, and as most Broncos fans know, this team was really good with Dobbins on the field last year, and they certainly hit a wall the second he suffered that season-ending Liz Frank injury.
Right. And that's the thing. Are you going to be ready when J.K. Dobbins is hurt? Not if, but when. Are you going to be ready?
Doesn't that pain you to say that a little bit, though?
Does the truth pain you?
No.
Sometimes it stings, right? It doesn't feel good. It's not meant to make you feel good.
But you also don't have a crystal ball that knows he's going to get hurt.
He's never played a full season. Why would I think this year's going to be different?
Doesn't someday have to be the time?
I mean, are you doing the he's due type thing?
Exactly.
He's due for a full season. I want to maybe mentally prepare myself. I want to help, if I can, mentally prepare Broncos country. J.K. Dobbins is getting hurt. Like, that's just, I don't even see it as a maybe. I see it as, yeah, he's going to get hurt. Are you ready when he's hurt? Now you can say they are ready when he's hurt. And that's something you couldn't say last year. Obviously, as your rushing yards per game go down by over 20 yards rushing per game when you do not have J.K. Dobbins. It's just preposterous how they weren't ready last year when Dobbins was hurt. This year they are ready because of Jonah Coleman and because of an expected step, maybe not a large step forward, but an expected step forward for R.J. Harvey. I think this running back position is a little bit different now because you have Coleman and also you have you should allow yourself the grace to know that Harvey could improve as a runner. I still don't think he's going to take over the league as a running back. I think he's a great weapon that happens to play running back.
Dude finds the end zone an awful lot.
12 of them things. So he's going to do that again. And our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Honda, Jason said, if he turns into Darren Sproles, then everybody will be happy. That's fine, but as you mentioned earlier, Will, that's a second-round pick.
Right, premium pick.
Darren Sproles was a fourth-rounder. It's a lot different. And Sproles' best season, he ironically had almost the same number of rushes and receptions. It was 87 rushes, I believe, and 86 catches, and it was about math. It was about 1,300 all-purpose yards, top of my head. So could he do that? Yeah, he could do that. It's not going to be on. I think that year Darren Sproles had like 7 yards a carry. It's not going to be that.
No.
But it's also less than 100 carries. I don't think that R.J. Harvey gets less than 100 carries in a season. I don't think R.J. Harvey is Darren Sproles. I don't think he's Alvin Kamara either. Where is he at in between those two? And then how quickly can he get there?
Well, it's funny you bring up Kamara. Are you familiar with the game Immaculate Grid?
Yeah.
So that's the one where like they give you 2 teams and you have to get a guy who played for both.
Yeah.
So when I get the Texans and Dolphins, I always do Phillip Lindsay. When I get the Ravens and Seahawks, I always do Brandon Stokely.
Okay.
When I get the Commanders and Broncos, I always do Mark Schlereth. You see where I'm going with that, right? Well, there's a category in there.
Okay.
And it's 1,000-yard rushing season. So if you get the Broncos, you got your pick of the litter, right? You can go Terrell Davis, Olandis Gary, Mike Anderson, Clinton Portis,
Tatum Bell.
Tatum Bell. All those guys check the box. I've made this mistake many a times, and it shocks me.
Okay.
I need a saint with an 1,000-yard rushing season. Where's your mind go? Oh, Alvin Kamara.
Yeah,
Easy.
It's got to
Boom.
be Alvin
Done.
Kamara.
That box goes red. Wrong. You lose your guess. You're out.
Yep.
This dude in his career, he's gotten to 883, 932, 898, 897, and 950.
Okay.
When you think of Alvin Kamara, maybe not at this moment in time, but over the better part of the last decade, you think of one of the better running backs in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
He's never even reached 1,000 yards, yet he's still supremely effective.
Right.
Where I'm going with this to bring it back to the Broncos is I don't expect R.J. Harvey to ever reach 1,000 rushing yards in his NFL career. But like Kamara, he can do so much more in the passing game and out of the backfield that I'm not saying he's going to turn into Kamara, but there are great players out there that have never even gotten to 1,000 yards once on the ground in their entire tenure in the NFL.
Yeah, and that could be R.J. Harvey. He could be that, 10 touchdowns a year guy with 60 to 70 receptions and then also 700 yards rushing and 700 yards receiving. That could be his kind of way his career unfolds, and I think we should all be okay with that.
It'd be a great career.
More than okay, because Alvin Kamara, no Saints fan, and Saints fans are a special lot anyway, they're not complaining about, wow, we need an upgrade from Alvin Kamara. Everyone loves Alvin Kamara. Why can't that be R.J. Harvey without the 1,000 yards rushing? Because Kamara's never got that number. So I think it's somewhere between the Sproles and the Kamara. That's where R.J. Harvey's going to live, but that immediately means he's going to be better than last year. Maybe never Terrell Davis or whatever. He's not Terrell Davis. He was never going to be Terrell Davis. What can he be? I think he can be an important cog of a committee because it's going to be him and Coleman are the future.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, R.J. Harvey's in the driver's seat in that instance.
Well, you bring up Coleman as well. We talked to Kliss earlier in the program, and we asked him, are there any other holes on this roster? And he immediately went to running back and said, if J.K. Dobbins is healthy. You're saying when Dobbins is going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Is this a position that is not set for the Broncos at this moment in time? Because last year there was a lot of chatter, and I know you were on it. I know Zach was on it. Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. Dobbins got hurt. It burned you.
Right.
Do you think that come trade deadline, even if Dobbins is healthy, let's say he makes it through Halloween. Let's say he's good to go.
Okay.
Do you still need George Payton and to some extent Sean Payton to trade for a running back, considering that was a mistake last year that can be rectified this year? So if or when Dobbins gets hurt, it's not going to be Breece Hall. We know he signed that extension with the Jets, but another good running back on a bad team needs to become a Bronco.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You always want to look to upgrade your team, and I'm the Jonah Coleman guy, so my immediate answer is no, because they have Jonah Coleman. But okay, where's Coleman at the moment that Dobbins is hurt? Is Coleman ready to do more? Because Harvey may not be ready to carry the entire backfield. And again, I don't know if Harvey ever is going to be capable of carrying the entire backfield. Again, we're not talking about Jonathan Taylor. We're not talking about, a main back, a main number one clear cut. This isn't Derrick Henry. This is a back that has to be part of a committee. So I have to answer your question with another question. Tell me where Jonah Coleman's at. Now, obviously, I believe in him. I believe I would have taken him in the first round. I've said that multiple times. When they still had their first rounder, I would have said, you know who you need to get? Jonah Coleman at 30. And then they got him in the fourth round. So I'm perhaps the wrong guy to ask because of my belief in Jonah Coleman. And speaking of drum beats, there's been a drum beat about Evan Ingram with maybe a little hi-hat in there. If you know, you know. There also has been a drum beat about Jonah Coleman. Every single stop so far. He's been one of the most impressive players this offseason. Doesn't mean anything, but it doesn't mean nothing, right? It's something to keep track of. Does Jonah Coleman continue this in training camp and the preseason? And so much so that J.K. Dobbins is hurt in week 5, but they know the kid's ready. So if you know the kid's ready, you don't need to add anybody.
Man, if you are that confident in a rookie in Coleman and a second-year player in Harvey, then you hit back-to-back home runs. Because my gut, and I think the overwhelming majority of Broncos country gut would be if Dobbins get hurt, you need to trade for a household name. And you're telling me there's a scenario where you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
You can just roll with Harvey and Coleman and you'll be good to go. And in an AFC title game, hopefully we don't have to see a Tyler Bidet on the field.
Right.
With all due respect to him. Jarrett Stidham really screwed up on that play, the play that cost you a trip to the Super Bowl, but I don't think Bidet was blameless either.
Do you know how many things have – we've heard so much about that one play.
Because it was the play that cost you, the 9th Super Bowl trip in franchise history?
Well, and here's the thing. I just blame Jarrett Stidham. And I know I've been accused of you hate Stidham. No, I don't hate Stidham. I just don't need to see him in a Broncos uniform anymore. And I understand people have said oh, well, that was it. The play came in wrong. Call a timeout.
Mm-hmm. Too important of a moment in the game.
Yeah, it's a huge moment. And I think Phil told me that. Well, the play came in wrong. Yeah, I don't care. Jarrett Stidham's a quarterback. If I get the wrong play in or it's called the wrong way or whatever, you know what I'm doing? Timeout. Sorry, coach. What did you say? So let's stop making the excuses for Jarrett Stidham, Phil, and talk about it the right way. That play screwed up everything.
A painful play, a painful chapter in Broncos history. All right, there's some numbers being tossed around about Payton Watson that are eye-popping. They're crazy. Could the Nuggets really pay him $28 to $30 million? We'll give you the details next.
The Denver Nuggets are staring at a crossroads. So what does this mean for the core, the future, and the window that was supposed to stay wide open?
I haven't heard a good plan yet from anyone. I love this stuff. I cannot think of a rock solid plan right now. I haven't heard a rock solid plan, and there's smart people that I listen to locally and nationally that talk about this stuff at a high level. And I'm saying the same thing. I still have not heard a good plan.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's a real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. What that means, you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compare one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Don't miss the Tree Farms Gardener's Sale going on now. Get up to 30% off all sizes of evergreen trees, including pine, spruce, upright, juniper, and more. Or get up to 30% off all sizes of shade and flowering trees, including linden, maple, crabapple, honey locust, and a lot more. And get 20% off all ornamental grasses and thousands of hardy perennials to choose from. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Siltar Motors is loaded right now with certified pre-owned cars and trucks starting at $10,980. Everyone inspected, 90-day warranty, and a 5-day exchange. If you change your mind, any reason, done. Get the most for your trade-in at STHmotors.com. Takes 2 minutes and puts more money in your pocket. Shopping new? Ford and Lincoln employee pricing. You pay what they pay, thousands off. 66 years, family-owned, hundreds of vehicles. This is the deal you've been waiting for. STHmotors.com, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
From cowboy flying aces to local astronauts, discover the Coloradans who changed flight forever. Determined to fly. Now open at Wings Over the Rockies. Learn more at wingsmuseum.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is match. M-A-T-C-H. Text match to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's match to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we've got another half hour to go before we hand it off to Zach and Phil.
Today is flying by, Will.
It is, baby. It's the Drive's last brouhaha of the season.
You're fired up. Got that brouhaha, girl.
At the Arvada Beer Garden.
Nice.
You want to go check it out, say hi to the fellas, take a picture with Phil, take a picture with Zach. That's a good way to start your weekend. Head that direction. They'll be live here at 2 o'clock. I assume they'll talk about this, Cease. The Nuggets, per Brett Siegel of Clutch Points, are expected to offer Payton Watson somewhere north of $28 to $30 million per year. So not even 28 to 30, somewhere north of 28 to 30 per year, and keep him in Denver. This is from Brett, quote, "It's going to be a big contract for Payton Watson, but in order to do so, they're going to have some free some cap room. So it'll be Christian Brown, it'll be Cam Johnson, maybe Aaron Gordon traded from the Nuggets. They've got some moves to make in Denver." I think the $1 million question on this, quite literally, is this coming from the Nuggets, or is this coming from Payton Watson's camp? He's, of course, represented by Clutch Sports, which is the LeBron James agency, Rich Paul, all that stuff. This number's eye-popping. 28 to 30 million. Payton's a good player. He's a very good player. He looked great in those 16 games that Nikola Jokic missed this year. but I don't even know if I can get on board with paying this guy between $28 and $30 million.
Yeah, and north of, that's the thing. Like, not 28 to 30, but north of 28 to 30. Are you kidding me? Good to be an NBA player, because you just have to flash for a little bit at the right moment and you're going to get paid. Now, maybe that's life as well, but certainly that's the case and the truth for Payton Watson. But that number, one, it sounds made up, and it sounds unbelievable that Payton Watson would command that sort of money, but it also sounds like that's his agent talking. To me, that's Clutch Sports putting out a number via a reporter to say, this is where we want the Nuggets to be. So is that where they will offer him? They will offer north of 28 to 30 million. Yeah. Have they done it yet? No. So why is that report out there? Oh, because they want that number. That's the ballpark that they're looking for. So now, if you're the Nuggets, you know what you can do? We got him at a deal, guys. $25 million a year. I know he wanted 28 to 30, but we played hardball. We got him for $25 million a year. That's exactly why this number is out.
Yeah, this feels very driven by Clutch Sports.
A little fishy. Yeah.
And Brett Siegel just talked to Rich Paul. Oh, I'm going to throw it out there that the Nuggets are going to offer this. I think John Wallace and Ben Tenzer and even Josh Kroenke are going, really? We're already worried about the luxury tax, and I understand the report mentions trading Brown or Johnson or maybe even an AG.
Yeah.
But it just does feel to me like maybe I'm oversimplifying things. If Payton Watson's back, it'll be a decent offseason for the Nuggets. Decent. You know, A-, B+, somewhere in there. If he's wearing a different jersey and you're just running it back by adding 2 second-round draft picks, that's not going to do it for Nuggets fans. That's just not going to do it. And I hate that it boils down to whether you re-sign Watson or not, but I think that's sort of the point we're at Nuggets Nation, is that if Watson's back, decent offseason. And assuming Jokic signs his Supermax, which he should.
Right.
If he's not back, then the offseason gets a D or an F.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do what you did to me earlier because I think it's fun. I'm going to have you do a percentage for me.
Okay.
You did that with the Val Nichushkin thing. If you remember, like, hey, what's your percentage of what you'll remember with Val?
And I got that.
80%, whatever.
He's probably listening, driving to the beer garden. I got that from Zach, who asked me about that.
Right.
And I was 60% bad, 40% good.
Okay, and I was 80% bad and 20% good. I'm going to do the same thing with you now on this Nuggets offseason. What are your feelings going to be like percentage-wise? And how are your feelings altered by what I see as a negative percentage of keeping David Ottoman as your head coach? Really, honestly, keeping Payton Watson, but also keeping David Ottoman is almost a wash. Because you're saying decent offseason, and I'll agree with you, but also say decent to me is like a C. It's not a B+ or an A-. To me, it's like they're keeping their head above water. They kept Payton Watson, but the David Ottoman thing is so negative to me. So I want to know, like, what's your percentage-wise of, like, they were able to keep Payton Watson, but they also have David Ottoman. So does one outweigh the other? Do they wash each other out? Is Watson just that much better? Is Ottoman not that bad? And maybe you think he's better than I think he is, because I think he's not the right coach. I'm not going to say he's a terrible coach. He's not the right coach for a championship-level team.
Well, this is where I struggle with this a little bit, just to be transparent. The Watson thing is still up in the air. Adelman is coming back.
Yeah.
So that's where they separate to me of, like, David Adelman's not getting fired tomorrow. He's coaching the Denver Nuggets next season. Now, if they get off to a horrible start, could he get fired? Maybe. I don't know. Josh Kroenke fired Michael Malone and Calvin Booth with 4 games to go in a regular season. Anything's possible. But there's 2 segments here. David Adelman went 54-28 last year, dealing with a lot of injuries. It's a pretty good record.
Sure.
Nikola misses a bunch of games. AG barely plays. Cam Johnson was in and out. Christian Brown was hurt for long stretches of time. He went 2-4 when it mattered most. That's the thing, is what was David Adelman's record last year? He wasn't 54-28. Sure, on paper. He was 2-4 against a JV Wolves team that started talking smack after they won Game 2, which should be a cardinal sin. You should never talk smack after you tie a series up 1-1, and the Nuggets had no response. It felt like their head coach was panicky. It felt like the players took on the personality of the head coach, and therefore I would have dismissed David Adelman after the playoffs. I would have fired him.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't think I'd utter that sentence after he went 54-28.
So does Payton Watson staying in Denver cover up for the cardinal sin that is keeping David Adelman?
Again, one can still happen, so I can still be excited about. The other one, I can't make Josh Kroenke go back in time 2 months and fire David Adelman. He's still the head coach. So it feels a little apples and oranges to me. It's a tough comparison for me to make. Is that fair? Does
That's
that make
fair.
sense?
Yeah, and I love the transparency because it's just a conversation. You know what I mean? I think that keeping Payton Watson still doesn't cover up for the sin of David Adelman. If I'm going to do my percentage thing, my percentage is like I'm still 70% Adelman's terrible. Yeah, 30% you got. Hey, Payton Watson stayed, everybody. You paid $28 million. Awesome. David Adelman's your coach. Well, they're not winning anything. Next.
Do you think Payton Watson's a Nugget? Call it 3 weeks
No.
from now. I don't either. I think he's going to wear a Lakers jersey.
I think he's going to get that 28 to 30 million or north of, and I'm not sure that whatever trade they could do would actually get them in the ballpark where they could pay him that sort of money.
Gosh, can you imagine if your offseason is you basically run it back, but you lose Payton Watson, you had 2 second-round draft picks? How disappointing would that be for Nuggets fans?
Wow. And then what happens to Valanciunas, right? Because he can just go play in Europe.
If they let him off the $10 million team option.
Right. So we'll see about that. THJ, you're going to bring him back. You're not getting a bargain price on THJ. So Timmy Hardaway, like, what's that? This could go from like, hey, they ran it back to they tried to run it back, but they couldn't bring back Watson, THJ, and, well, Valanciunas is playing in Europe now.
Well,
it's already ugly. It could get uglier.
It could get uglier, and 28 to 30 million is just an insane amount of money for a guy that, again, he burst onto the scene last year. He's got a lot of athleticism, length. He can block shots. He can score. His shot has improved, specifically from the three-point land. But Christian Brown, you just gave him $25 million. How's that aging? What happens if you give Payton Watson $30 million? There's going to be a lot of pressure on him to perform. We'll certainly keep you posted and keep an eye on that. It's going to be a busy weekend in the sports world. Cecil and I will tell you what we're looking for next.
With another NBA franchise icon being traded, should that concern Nuggets fans when it comes to Nikola Jokic?
If there's one lesson to take away from this monster Giannis deal, franchise icons can be moved. And the franchise icon can get to a point where the franchise is crumbling around him and you have no choice but to move him like the Bucks just did. And it's a cautionary tale about if you're the Nuggets, handle up on your business.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR. or AdvancedHair.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Or been told you need a procedure or surgery, but you have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not not stuck wondering what problem is next, imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's usually more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. I lost 30 pounds in just 7 weeks, and I've been able to keep the weight off, and I'm telling you what, I feel great.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation. Call and take control of your health. Go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Been a lot of fun hanging out these last 4 hours with my guy Cecil Lammy. Dover will be back next week. Short week for a lot of folks coming up with the 4th of July on Saturday.
Yeah.
So you're going into your weekend, and your next weekend will hopefully be around the corner before you know it. A lot of good reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line. I like this one from Mark. He said, guys, great show. The Nuggets were called out and really didn't respond. Not getting ticked off to being called out is a cultural thing that comes from the top.
Yeah.
Adelman is too nice a guy. Some people might think he's word I'm not going to use on the radio.
Yeah.
Until that changes or until they get a bad guy on the team, kind of like Manson, they are not tough enough to win a championship. More grit. I like where Mark's going there. David Adelman does. Put it this way. If I saw Michael Malone pissed off, I'd be kind of scared. Michael Malone in a fit of rage, he had some of that New Yorker, you don't mess with me in him. With David
I'll steal your
Adelman,
trash can.
if you saw David Adelman in a dark alley, would you be scared? No.
And he was mad?
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, little guy. What's wrong? Are you okay? Yeah, Michael Malone being upset would be a different story. David Adelman, not as much. And because of that, and clearly, let's bring up the Malone thing. Malone was the bad cop. Adelman was the good cop. You can't go and be the bad cop now. I remember talking to Shane Ray the second year of Vance Joseph being the head coach. And remember, John Elway allegedly had Mike Shanahan ready to come back with Kirk Cousins, and Joe Ellis shot it down. And they had to sleep on it for the whole VJ. We got to keep VJ again. We got to sleep on it. It wasn't about that. It was about Joe Ellis shooting down Mike Shanahan returning as head coach. Allegedly, or whatever I have to say. But that second year of VJ, you know what he tried to do? After the first year, he's a leader of men. Remember all the stories? Like CEO type, leader of men, players coach. And then in year 2, he tried to be like Iron Fist. And all the guys made fun of him. Like they didn't respect that. And like now the players love VJ because he's always the same. He's not trying to chase his tail and be like, I'm a player's coach. I'm a mean coach. No, he's a damn good coach now.
And he's just him. He's not trying to fit into some sort of mold of what people want
so
him to
the
be.
first year it was like, I got to fit in that mold. The second year is like, I got to keep my job. And nobody listened. Nobody was listening. And it was like, you can't go from being the good guy and then be the disciplinarian. And I think that David Adelman's falling prey to that a little bit as well, whereas he was the good guy with Michael Malone being the bad guy, the hothead, you guys are soft, he's getting thrown out of games. And now Adelman has to do that. How are you going to listen? You know what I mean? I think it's just human nature to kind of poo-poo that guy a little bit. Be like, oh, you're mad at me? You're big mad, bro? What? You'll be all right. You know, hey, David Adelman, you're all mad? You'll be all right.
Yeah.
I don't think guys can really listen to a guy that they used to be, like, friendly with. Can't really do that now.
No, you need a boss. You don't need a brother, a best friend. You need a boss for sure. The 6629, I don't even know why I entertain this, but I will. Jokic could become an albatross. Let him go. There are people on this station, I won't name names.
Or maybe you will.
James Rowlett, who have suggested trading Nikola Jokic. I'm not at that point, Cecil. He's the best basketball player that's ever.
Why did James do that?
Well, because he sees what the Thunder did and what they got for Paul George. They ripped it down to the studs.
Okay.
They built it back up. They won a title. If they win a Game 7 at home this year, they had a chance at another title. Obviously, the Knicks were a Cinderella great team. But I'm not ready to even entertain that. And that's why I hesitate to even give it airtime.
Okay.
Because he's the best player who's ever worn a Nuggets jersey, bar none, not even close. And that's with all due respect to Alex English. Nikola Jokic is so much better than Alex English, who's a great, great player, but Nikola Jokic is an all-time great. He's in the top 10. We're likely never to see another Nuggets title in our lives. And the second you trade Nikola Jokic, I think you just seal your fate. That's not going to happen.
Yep.
So, no, you have to pay Jokic. You have to give him his supermax. And then you have to find a way to get younger, more athletic, and, of course, healthier.
Yeah, and you got to get some dogs. You got to get some attitude because you don't really have any attitude. You mentioned it last segment. Minnesota punked you with a bunch of young guys running their mouth after the second game. None of that should make sense. None of it in a basketball stance should make sense that you were able to be run roughshod over by Minnesota's backups, and they started jawing when it was 1-1? Are you kidding me? That's not how sports works. But that's how it worked last year. Why? Because David Adelman's not a dog, and on that roster, they don't have any dogs. And the dog they did have, in like Mr. Nugget, although he's like the nicest guy ever, he wasn't healthy. And that's why you're looking at potentially moving on from Aaron Gordon. So for me, young athleticism, like Brazil, that they pick up in the draft, how much does he play? Although, we could talk about that. But, like, they got a young athletic player that lives at the rim, can play above the rim, can jam, can block shots, like, he has a presence around the rim. That's good, but that's a rookie second-rounder backup won't play guy. They need guys that are going to play that have some dog in them.
And we can all get sucked into highlight tapes. I'm guilty of that.
Yeah.
Because when they took Brazil, I was like, oh, I'm going to YouTube this dude. He's a monster.
Nothing but highlights.
Bamming on dudes all over around the rim. But then I'm like, oh, he fell to 35. If he was this can't-miss, surefire prospect, he would not have fallen to 35.
And I know we're lucky because Nikola was a second-rounder. I know that the Knicks are lucky because Dallas is stupid and traded Jalen Brunson, who is a second-rounder. How does Dallas draft Luka and Jalen Brunson in the same draft?
And neither's on the team.
Neither of them are on the team. Anyway, I look at this situation, I go, yeah, the trade and Joker stuff is nonsense, but getting more athletic, younger around him, better around him, I think we all can agree on this one thing, besides James is crazy. The other thing we can agree on.
We love James, for the record.
We do love James, but two things. One, he's crazy. Two, this is this. That core's done. That core, and obviously MPJ's gone, so it's done, but like that kind of moment in Nuggets history is done.
Well, then why is it 153 on June 26th and Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown and Cam Johnson are all still on the roster and the NBA draft has come and gone? Do you have an answer? Why?
Josh Kroenke doesn't pay enough attention, and they're too cheap to go into the second apron and just pay Payton Watson. Like, that's what it is. You have it. And it was so weird because the Avs are making moves. The Avs are cutting deals. The Avs are trading guys. The Avs are using their salary cap space. The Avs are maneuvering.
Yeah, if you missed it, Brett Kulak and Brent Burns have both been re-signed today after Valeri Nichushkin got traded yesterday.
Right. So already three, and I know the Brent Burns deal isn't like a massive deal, but like the Kulak deal is pretty interesting. And the Nichushkin deal, that's a big move.
It's huge.
With a name player that was making a lot of money.
In hockey terms.
Nuggets aren't doing any of that in basketball terms or business terms. Why? Because they're poorly ran. And who's running them? Josh Kroenke. Got to pay attention, Josh. Either that or you got to have a Super Joe in place where you can be like, hey, Super Joe, you're doing everything right. And then Super Joe, it's amazing. He just took over for Chris McFarland. And Joe Sackett's already doing more deals. And I'm not going to blame Ben Tenzer or Jonathan Wallace. I really don't think it's them. I'm going to blame Josh Kroenke.
Well, and that's where I'm going with this. Is Joe has the trust of KSE, the organization. The infamous Dick Monfort line all those years ago. You got to trust the organization. Well, the Avs trust Joe Sakic.
Oh yeah.
You want to trade Ross Colton and Jack Drury and Valerian Nichushkin? Boom, done. That's all you.
No question.
You want to re-sign Brent Kulak and Brent Burns? Boom, that's all you.
And Kulak to a 5-year deal, by the way.
5-year,
A 32-year-old
$4.5 million
guy gets a 5-year deal. That's trust. And we all should trust Joe Sakic.
And in the meantime, you look at the video, the viral video in the Nuggets war room a couple nights ago.
Oh, yeah.
That was awkward as all hell.
Oh, yeah.
I said it on Denver Sports Tonight with our guy Dante Gomez. I said, I don't know who the dude was. He could be the director of East Coast scouting for all I know. But good for him. He's worked hard enough to earn a seat in the Nuggets draft room. But he starts clapping when you trade back 9 spots, and Josh Kroenke's mocking him like he's a child. Why are we clapping? It was so uncomfortable. It was so awkward.
Yeah.
It was like, no, we don't clap when we trade back 9 spots. And this dude, again, I don't know who he is. There was like 30 dudes in that war room.
Yeah.
I don't pretend to know every single guy who works for the Denver Nuggets. I bet he just wanted to crawl into his shell and hide. Because the owner of the team is telling him, why the hell are you clapping?
Yeah.
That was uncomfortable. Whereas the NHL drafts this weekend. The Avs don't pick today. They pick tomorrow with that second-round pick in the Nichushkin deal. But Josh Kroenke's not going to be in there.
No.
And then they'll be allowed to clap all they want.
Exactly.
So Josh is trying to play GM of the Nuggets, whereas with the Avs...
He's not trying very hard.
With the Avs, he just gets out of the way.
Exactly. So what's the answer then? Josh Kroenke should get out of the way. They should have more people with the Nuggets that they can trust, like they trust Super Joe. Now, is that hard to find, impossible to find? Yeah, sure, maybe. But this isn't working. What they're doing right now isn't working. And that video of how did they try to spin that, by the way?
It was fine, and it was misinterpreted, and all good. Nothing to see here. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what it was. They downplayed it. Downplayed would be the word I'd use.
Okay,
but what are the odds those are the only 20 seconds ESPN captured?
Right.
And they were an extremely uncomfortable 20 seconds.
Yes.
What did the other 4.5 hours look like?
Exactly.
Like if there was only people can watch us on YouTube. We're watching ourselves right now. If people saw us, like if we were live during breaks and we were screaming at each other, they'd be like, "What in the world is going on with those two?"
Right.
It's not bad luck that those 20 seconds were the only uncomfortable or bad 20 seconds.
Right.
I bet that was a bad 5 hours in the Nuggets war room that night.
So it makes you wonder what they wanted to do and what they could not do. And we don't work for the KSE propaganda outlet, but we don't have to try to spin a yarn like that and try to spin a tale of like, it's okay, that's not a big deal. I think it is kind of a big deal. I think it just is a sign of how dysfunctional the Nuggets are when you juxtapose that to the Colorado Avalanche in the same building, owned by the same guys. It's just remarkable that one team is so well run and a championship contender, and another team, we have the promo of Zach playing right now. Like, they don't have a plan. I don't see a plan. What's the plan? Yeah, what plan? They don't have a plan. And to have those two teams share a building, share ownership, share all these things, and yet one be a real contender and one be... who really thinks the Nuggets are contenders? Like, really?
They'd have to catch lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, exactly. And to have those two teams share that same building is just weird because one is a real, legit championship contender, the Avalanche, and one is... Well, I hope they make a better choice than David Alderman next time.
All right, we got a couple more minutes before we pass it along to the drive for our last brouhaha out there in Arvada. Chris Bianchi is tweeting that there are fast-developing storms with 40-mile-an-hour winds in Small Hill heading towards North Denver, Arvada, Broomfield, Thornton, Westminster, and North Glen. We're going to get to the guys here as soon as we can, but what are you watching for this weekend? You got World Cup on your radar. You got the NHL draft. You've got the Colorado Rockies playing the Minnesota Twins. Or are you just saying, you know what, man? This is my offseason. I'm chilling.
20 Twins. I got to go. When you say Twins, I have to quote Friday.
I get it.
Down here on Hampton and, Hampton and Kipling. I'll try to use some Denver streets. Here on Hampton and a Kipling. We call this a 20 twin. I'll check in with the Rockies. I might have the World Cup on, kind of background type of stuff as I get used to having soccer on in the house. And then basically what I'm doing with the Rockies this year is like, okay, you give me a reason to watch. You give me a reason to check out a game recap. then I'll do that. But if not, yeah, it's almost vacation time.
It's do they lose 100 games or not? The math says they're right there. You know, 63 and 99. Why don't you go ahead and do the important part of this show with our legal ID? It's changed. I know the first half.
Yeah.
The second half is
What is
not
the
my
second half,
strength.
Kev? You might have to tell me in my ear because it's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and also whatever Kev tells me, KARS, our friends up there at 102.9 in Laramie. Shout out to Wyoming.
There you go. Not our smoothest legal ID in the history of this station, but we got it done. And on that note, we will hand it off to Zach and Phil for the last brouhaha of the year up there in Arvada. Can't wait to hear the fellas talk all about what the Avalanche did earlier today and whatever else they have planned. Fellas, send it to you. Have a great show.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. Will pinch hitting for Dover today, hanging out with Cecil Lammy. Happy Friday, Mr. Philip Lindsay, as we are live from Arvada Beer Garden, where it has just started to rain. Apparently, it's only going to last for like minutes, like as it flies over us. But as I pulled in, I see a massive streak of lightning, the sound of thunder, and I'm like, this isn't great. But it's only going to be a second here.
I know, ZB, and talk about rain. This is pouring right here, man. The old man is snoring, but we're going to be out here to entertain everybody, and hopefully we do not get hit with any type of lightning.
No,
because I'm scared of lightning.
That would be ideal on a Friday. You're like my 7-year-old son, scared of lightning.
Like, come on, man. I don't want to get electrocuted here.
You know, so we're live here at Arvada Beer Garden. I'm like walking up. This place is massive. It is sweet.
It is.
And looking forward to talking with our listeners here during the break. We're going to be here until about 6 o'clock. You know, I have to address something here because I just heard Will Peterson say it. I heard our morning show talking about it. And I'm not choosing violence to start a show on a Friday.
You sound like you're getting ready to get a little bit violent here, man.
But do you know a Nikola Jokic fan bigger than me?
No, that is your God. That is your king.
That is my Serbian king. That is my DenverSports God. Every knee shall bow. Every tongue shall confess.
Two knees for you.
Joker is the DenverSports GOAT. He's got the most established resume in the history of anyone who has ever come through DenverSports, including Peyton Manning, including John Elway. We've never seen someone in DenverSports accumulate 3 regular season MVPs to go with a championship, to go with a Finals MVP. He is incredible.
So what's on your mind, man?
We need to stop saying that he's one of the 10 greatest players to ever play the game of basketball. Like I heard Mike and Mark say, he's locked in at top 10. What? Will just said it a second ago. He's a top 10 player of all time. Guys, stop it. No, he's not. He's the best player I've ever seen, with my own eyes offensively.
Yeah.
But there's this big, thick black line that divides the court in two. So if you want to say he's one of the 10 best offensive players, you can say he's one of the 5 best offensive players of all time.
Particularly offense, right? You're saying offense.
Yes, but when you talk about the game of basketball, you cannot be one of the 10 greatest players of all time with one championship. Not in the game of basketball when only 5 players play at once, and the history of the entire sport is the greatest players winning multiple championships. So if you're in a courtroom of my peers are basketball guys, right? And you're arguing to a jury, it would be a losing argument to say Nikola Jokic belongs in the top 10 over Michael Jordan. Nikola Jokic belongs in the top 10 over LeBron James. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Bill Russell.
That's 4.
Magic Johnson. Larry Bird. Shaquille O'Neal. Tim Duncan. Kobe Bryant, and Hakeem Olajuwon.
So those are the top 10.
That for me, it's almost like inarguable. This is someone who I love, but in sports there's nuance sometimes. I love Jared Bednar. I think he's been a great coach. I think it might be time for a new voice. I love Aaron Gordon. I think his time in Denver might be, coming to a close. Jamal Murray. I love Nikola Jokic. He's not one of the 10 greatest players of all time. We have to stop saying that.
So once if he ever gets that next championship, he has 2 of them things.
Yes.
Then
he's got the argument. He's got the argument. Like Hakeem Olajuwon has 2 championships, 2 Finals MVP. Hakeem Olajuwon is someone who won the Defensive Player of the Year and the league's MVP in the same season. He went and won a championship and was finals MVP. So, again, there's room for debate and nuance and all that stuff.
Well, I think there's no debate if Jokic doesn't play defense, though. See, that's the issue right there. When I think of somebody, and you kind of said it earlier, when I think of somebody that's the greatest player to play a game, specifically we're talking about basketball, that means you're playing on both sides of the court.
Yes.
Offensively, defensively. Jokic really doesn't do that. Now, can he? Yes. There's times where he gets a bunch of steals.
Yes.
All right, when he wants to play defense, he can play defense. I feel like we're talking about Nate Dogg here. If he wants to play defense, he'll play defense, but you're going up against people like a Kobe Bryant or LeBron James in his prime where it's like I will play great defense and turn around and play great offense. And that, to me, is something that Jokic does not do. That doesn't mean that he's not a great player.
He's a great player. And here's where the nuance comes in. Do I think Jokic is a top 15 player of all time?
Uh-huh.
I do. He's probably somewhere right in 14, 15.
Okay.
That's insane. Like, I'm even moving through top 20 players of all time. I think he's top 15 players of all time. But we can't just, in a cavalier way, just say he's a top 10 player of all time and he's locked in. Wait, what?
No, he's not a lock.
Hakeem Olajuwon was the Defensive Player of the Year 2 different times. He was on first-team All-NBA defense a half-decade straight.
No.
He won 2 championships, 2 Finals MVPs. We can't just erase history. We just can't, because we're in the moment, be saying, hey, he's locked in. And again, does he have a chance to get there? He does.
Well,
he
remember
does.
that one argument we had, and I don't know, maybe you remember the man that was talking about it. It was comparing Jokic to Michael Jordan. Now, was that Michael Jordan comparing to Michael Jordan offensively or just in general? You remember what I'm talking about?
No, it was just offensively.
Okay, offensively. All right.
No, look, dude, if you want to argue just offense and just erase one half of the court, you can make whatever argument for Jokic you want. He is that incredible of a player. He really is. He's that incredible of a player. But I'm not just going to say Hakeem Olajuwon, who was first-team All-NBA defense for a half-decade, second-team All-NBA defense. So you're one of the 10 best defenders in the sport for another 9 years, for another 4 years. That's a decade where you're on the All-NBA defensive team.
Damn, that's consistent.
2 championships, 2 Finals MVPs, 2 Defensive Player of the Year award. He's the 10th. He's 10th on the list after Michael, LeBron, Kareem, Bill Russell, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Shaquille O'Neal, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, and Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem's bringing it up the rear.
That's wild, dude.
So like we have to to have these conversations and to throw these statements around. He's locked into the top 10. No, he's not in the top 10 to be locked into it. He's locked out of it right now. He's got to accomplish more.
But people forget when you're not playing anymore. We don't talk about you all the time, like a Kobe Bryant. You tend to forget about those guys until you bring up something like you just did.
Yes.
All right, how consistent somebody like that is playing defense, strictly just defense. You didn't talk about the offense part. You're saying defense, and we're talking about the greatest players to play the game. ZB, I'm with you. I can't believe we're on the same page to start the show.
We're on the same page to start a Friday show.
Here we go.
That feels good. That feels good.
And the rain has stopped.
And the rain has stopped. The clouds are moving over. The sun is back out. We're going to be at Arvada Beer Garden until just about 6 o'clock. And again, this comes from, and I've told you this in the past, I love the game of basketball more than any player or team.
ZB, you might be one of the most passionate guys I've ever talked to when it comes to just basketball and knowing the game, the history of it, and respecting the game.
It's literally the game of basketball in some ways brought me to the seat where I'm sitting next to you. So I love it, and my love for the game transcends any player or team. So I love Nikola Jokic. He's like, I think, one of my 2 favorite players of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Like my favorite player of all time this side of Kobe Bryant. But we got to remember, Kobe Bryant set the NBA record for most appearances on an All-NBA defensive team.
Yeah, they're not on the same level right now.
Right? So, and you're talking about 5 championships. 5. And I know he was with Shaq for the first 3, but you got to remember, each year that they won the championship when they had that dynasty in the early 2000s when they went for a three-peat, the last three-peat we've ever seen.
Yep.
Kobe was first-team All-NBA in those years. So, yes, Shaq was the leader of that team and the best player of that team, the Finals MVP 3 straight years, not Kobe. But Kobe was a top 5 to 6 player in the league being paired with Shaq. That's how you win 3 championships in a row. So you just can't triple jump past Hakeem Olajuwon. You just can't triple jump past Tim Duncan, who along with Kobe is tied for the NBA record for most.
It sounds like it's lazy talk, right? It's just like, hey, I want to say something. Everybody loves Jokic. Everybody's going to agree because it's Jokic, and nobody ever wants to talk bad about him. In this case, we're not talking bad about him.
No.
But you're putting the facts out there for these other guys that deserve to be mentioned as well.
That's right.
Jokic, great player. Greatest player to play the game. Right now, we can talk about the greatest player of all time. Hell no.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're in agreement on that to start a Friday show. Hopefully that is a good omen. Broncos wide receiver Troy Franklin said his goal for this year was to be an all-pro. And then the Jalen Waddle trade happened. What was going through his head? We'll hear from him next.
The Colorado Avalanche have made a major move.
So we have some breaking news.
The Avs have traded veteran forward Valerie Nichushkin to the Columbus Blue Jackets, ending a 7-year run in burgundy and blue. In return, they get 3 draft picks, giving them 10 total ahead of Friday night's draft. What does this mean for the rest of the offseason? And what additional moves does Super Joe have up his sleeve? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business. Their owner, Ron Gibbous, is here with me. Family is what you have in mind when you build a deck.
Customer service is critical to us. We try to figure out what meets every customer's needs and build them a product that they will enjoy spending outdoor quality family time on. Deck time is usually family time.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. My law firm's doing a ton of divorce cases these days, and the bottom line is I see a lot of controlling spouses. They try to control and threaten you with calling the police. They threaten you with taking the kids. But the worst ones are to control the money. The ones who control the money, we got to get to the bottom of. We got the investigators. We got the forensic guys. We got the experts, the bank guys. They can go find and track whatever's hidden. At the end of the day, hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Hey, it's Zach here. Summer is here, and 5280 Exteriors is kicking it off with a huge June offer. Get free gutter guards when you purchase a whole house of siding. Lock in your project now and enjoy beautiful new siding before fall hits. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Cheyenne Frontier Days, the daddy of them all, born out of the American frontier and still standing tall. The world's largest outdoor rodeo and authentic Western celebration. In the heart of the American West, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Come salute our American heroes in the air, in the arena, and in the streets of Cheyenne this July. For tickets, info, and updates, go to cfdrodeo.com. See you in Cheyenne.
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was made for Colorado, and Champ Honda is the place to get one. Whether you're navigating city streets or heading up to the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need for all of it. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games or hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Zach here. Are you seeing cracks in your home's drywall or foundation? Call Homestrong. Their highly qualified technicians provide free inspections and quotes. With 20-plus years experience in the foundation repair and concrete industry, one thing is certain. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Friday, June 26th, live from Arvada Beer Garden. And we're going to be here until about 6 o'clock. The rain has blown over. The sun is out. It is a beautiful day here up north. Our last stop for our Brouhaha tour for the summer. We only did 3 of these this year, and this is it. So if you ever thought about stopping by and wanting to take a picture with Phil or maybe have him sign a card or something like that, give me a pound. Would love to see you. We're going to be here until about 6 o'clock. What up, Phil?
Woo! What's going on, ZB? It is a beautiful day now, man. It was raining earlier. Okay, it was lightning, that thunder, and then all of a sudden you got here. You had to get something off your chest. You did that. You feel better. We started the show by both agreeing on something, and now the sun is out, baby. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good here on a Friday. Looking forward to a busy weekend in my house.
You're not lying.
Yeah, it's one of these baseball tournament weekends. You have your camp
tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. And at Denver South's All City Stadium. This is the 3rd year you've done this?
Yep. So it's, supposedly it's me, Stink, and Stoke. Now, I don't know if Stoke is going to show up or what's going on with my man.
Yeah,
so it's going to be me and Stink.
Got shingles,
sure.
I guess, right?
Yeah, man.
Man,
you need to give him some of that butt cream, huh?
Man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. But it was just his birthday too, and so to get that sick is just unfortunate.
Yeah.
But I'm sure tomorrow's going to be a great time. Looking forward to hearing about that on Monday. But Broncos wide receiver, I mentioned this before the break, Troy Franklin, said his goal, you remember his goal? It was like to be did he say 1,000 yards too?
1,000-yard receiver and a Pro Bowler. I want to say a Pro Bowler. Maybe it was all pro. You know, reach for the sky, reach for the stars if you can. But it was something like that. He was calling a shot. He was being, honest to whoever was interviewing him.
Yeah.
And he wants to go out there and he wants to be a star player.
Yes, and so then the Waddle trade happens.
Yeah.
And he was asked about this recently at his football camp. He had a football camp in Inglewood, I believe. And he was asked about Waddle, and Troy Franklin said, quote, he's a guy who's coming in, who's a first-rounder. We traded high value for him, and he's going to get his touches, But I think the same thing to where we're not just going to be predictable. Oh, yeah, give it to 17 every single play. It's just one of those deals where I think we're just going to always have to be ready. And then he was asked, hey, what was your immediate reaction to the Waddle trade? All right, is there going to be more, are you thinking about like decreased targets, or is it easier looks opening up for him considering the gravity that Waddle pulls? And Franklin said, quote, obviously, I think it's a little bit of both. You got a guy coming in like that. Obviously, he's getting paid more than me, or whatever the case is. I feel like that's the thought. That's the thought any receiver has when they get somebody coming into the receiver room, But I know me personally, I'm always up for a challenge, competition. I think I'm hyper competitive. I know what I can do out there, man, especially just building off last year, and I'm just building now with him there, trying to figure out my role in the offense and all that good stuff. It's been going good.
All right.
Troy Franklin, if you're him, if you put yourself in his NFL shoes.
Yeah, let me close my eyes.
And your goal is to be an all-pro, Pro Bowler, 1,000-yard guy, and the Waddle news happens. What is going through your head?
ZB, I'll tell you exactly what's going through my head because it kind of happened with me. Although I was already a Pro Bowler, you had Melvin Gordon come in. All right, I feel like I established myself. Melvin Gordon comes in, they pay him more money. So what is that telling you right off the bat? They're going to make sure that man gets carries because he's getting paid a lot of money. All right, in Troy Franklin's case, you probably feel some type of way. You get drafted by the Denver Broncos. All right, you struggle in year one. You bounce back in year two with 709 yards, 6 touchdowns. You're like, I'm only going to get better from here because I'm young. I'm getting used to the game and the speed at the NFL level. And then you get hit with the Jalen Waddle, who is getting paid a lot more money.
Right.
He has established himself, and he's dynamic and explosive too. So for Troy Franklin, you got to compete. But you're not competing against Waddle. Waddle's going to get his touches. You're not competing against Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton's going to get his touches. Who you're competing with is yourself. All right, and also someone like Pat Bryant. But if you're yourself and you push yourself every single day, we know Troy Franklin has all the tangibles. All right, fast, right, speedy, can run really, really good routes. All right, he is a competitor. He is tough in catching the ball down the middle. He will break tackles. If he can bring that attitude every single day, and in order to do that, you have to be consistent. That's the biggest thing people lack when it comes to NBA, NHL, NFL is, can you be consistent every day? And if you can, you'll be just fine. So Troy Franklin has to put on a show, but it needs to be consistently doing the right things all the time, ZB.
Yeah, I'm hearing Earl Boykins in my ear right now saying. And
Did you have to bend low?
Yeah, I had to bend low to hear Earl. Yeah, no, but I remember doing the Mile High Hoops podcast with Earl Boykins. He had a couple phrases that he'd say, and one of them was consistency equals greatness. In that league, in these highest leagues, everyone's there for a reason.
Yeah.
Right? And they might reach their potential on a certain night. I remember Darius Miles. I grew up a big Darius Miles fan, and he never became a star.
Okay.
He was a top draft pick. He was like the 13th pick in the draft out of high school, East St. Louis High School. And this dude had all the tools. And I remember one game watching him, and he scored 37 points.
Ooh-wee.
And I'm like, wow, there he is. And then the next night he had 4. And that was the Darius Miles story. It was just up and down, it lasted in the league a little bit. But it's one of these things where anyone on their best night, they show you why they're in the league.
They're professional.
But if you can unlock, even if it's 8 points a game, Earl would say, if you average 8 points a game, no one thinks you're a star. But if you're 8 points a game every night, you're going to be in the league for 10 years, and you had a great career. And he would say that consistency equals greatness. And with Troy has been a bit up and down, and a stat that brings some maybe texture to that up and down nature. And I'm stealing this from, I believe, Luca Evans of the Denver Post last week.
Shout out, Luca.
Franklin caught just 54% of his targets last year that didn't come from a screen. So he's just got to be and it's not just him, it's everyone in that room, as the Broncos were one of the league leaders in drops last year, tight ends as well. It just got to be the same version of yourself over and over. And he had a quote to speak to that. He said, I just got to go out there and be consistent and make plays when the ball comes my way. And to be real, say I do get, 2 to 3 targets a game. If I make a play each target the whole season, no one's going to say anything.
Ooh, see, I love that right there. The mentality of I know I'm not going to get 5 or 6, maybe 7 targets, but maybe it's 2 or 3. And at least 1 or 2 of them are going to be deep.
Yep.
And if I can find a way to get off that line or I have a really good route ready to go and get open for Bo Nix. Bo Nix hits me on the money. All right, that's an explosive play right there. That could be a 45, 50-yard bomb that you break that tackle, and now you have another 20, 30 yards. You got 70 yards on one play. Mims is really good at that. Where Mims is sitting there, he's quiet. You finally give him an opportunity. He's downfield for a 70-yard touchdown. He's done that a couple times in his career so far. So for Troy Franklin, as long as you're ready, you don't ever have to get ready. Stay ready right now.
Yeah.
Know that your number is going to be called. Know that if you continue to get the separation throughout a game, Bo Nix is going to find you because Bo Nix finds everybody, and you move on from there.
Yeah, I think that even judging just from those quotes, though, that were in the Denver Post last week, his mind is in the right spot, isn't it?
Yes, maturity is there, man.
Yes, that maturity. I know I like that word for those quotes. He understands the landscape. He's not in la-la land. He knows who just came in. He knows his standing within the room. Yeah, I think a really good mindset there from Troy Franklin. All right, what is the best case duo for the Denver Broncos this season? Phil and I may see this a little bit differently, and we'll have that conversation coming up next.
Is Denver's grip on Davis Webb stronger than anyone wants to believe?
So he's so appreciative of the opportunity and understands what a great opportunity is, and also what a great opportunity is to work under Sean for multiple years. He is not going to go coach at some franchise or some organization where you've got no chance to win. He's not going to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Zach here. Golf season is in full swing, and if you're anything like me, you're always looking for that next tee time with friends and family. I'm completely obsessed with golf these days, and that's why I spend so much time playing Aurora Golf's 5 public courses. Each course is something different and unique, but it'll test you in different ways. Aurora Hills is a great course if you love to walk your 18 holes. Meadow Hills is an old school course with a classic layout. Then you have Murphy Creek, can challenge the best players, and if you're lucky, you might catch a fighter jet flyover from Buckley Space Force Base. And then Saddle Rock, I'm there all the time. It feels like a mountain course in the city. The views are stunning. And then Spring Hill is perfect for beginners or anyone looking to become a short game chef. What keeps me booking tee times in Aurora is their course conditions, their practice facilities, friendly staffers, and restaurants for post-round fun. From the beginners just starting out to competitive players, Aurora Golf has a course you will love. Book your tee time, schedule a lesson, or learn more about their leagues and programs at golfaurora.com.
Ben Franklin here to talk to you about water filtration. Unfiltered water in your home is no joke. Did you know tap water can shorten the life of your pipes and, even worse, be dangerous to your family's health? Our punctual plumbers can install a whole home system that filters water before it enters your pipes. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com or call 877-BEN-1776 to request an appointment.
Go with the flow, the local pros call Benjamin Franklin Plumbing.
Independently owned and operated, licensed in their respective state or county.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Tune in to Mile High Money.
My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This July 4th, join America 250 at America's Block Party at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, hosted by Queen Latifah and featuring Chris Stapleton and the Smashing Pumpkins. Get your tickets at america250.org/LA.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Sunday night on The Fan. Baseball action continues as New York faces Boston starting at 5.
Presented by Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is inning, I-N-N-I-G. Text inning to 303-703-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's inning to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, as we roll along here on a Friday afternoon live from Arvada Beer Garden, just having some great conversations with our listeners here, and that's the cool thing about being live. You want to touch base with us and say hello. You just walk up and say hello, grab a picture. You want something signed, it's usually not a big deal. And just chatting with a listener who had a beef with my top 10 NBA players of all time.
All right, some pushback, huh?
That we started our show, because the phrase, hey, Jokic is top 10 all time, it's being thrown around too much. It's not true.
Yeah.
I love Jokic. I worship his career damn near. But
talk about consistency. That man is very consistent.
Dude, he's the most consistent player I've ever laid eyes on.
Yes.
But he's not a top 10 player of all time. But one of the one of our listeners said, hey, my issue is, Wilt Chamberlain's not in your top 10.
Oh, okay.
And he's not. And I do not believe Wilt Chamberlain's a top 10
You say this
player.
all the time, ZB.
Yes. When you have that type of physical gifts in that era and you don't win, like he has 2 championships. So Wilt has the same amount of championships in that era as a physical demon that Hakeem Olajuwon has.
Yeah.
And he just didn't win enough from the time he lost a national championship in college to going up and losing every year to Bill Russell. So, in that era, and as I pointed out to the listener, and a lot of people don't know, the 1960s was the fastest era of NBA basketball we've ever seen.
There was no defense being played.
None. Like literally the fastest pace of play, not currently, it was in the 1960s. The average score of an NBA game in the 1960s is what it is present day, but they didn't have a three-point line. So think about the breakneck speed back and forth. So
you're getting your conditioning in, I'll tell you that much.
No doubt about it. But yeah, for those reasons, just wanted to. I love talking about this stuff, right? So yeah. I just wanted to mention that. So we were referencing an article earlier in the week. It was CBS Sports who did the 10 best duos in the NFL, regardless of position. And they had Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper on the list as one of the 10 best duos in the entire sport.
Yeah.
And you and I agreed that's as much as those guys are great, but not a top 10 duo in the entire sport.
They're not there yet. And hopefully Jonathan Cooper can get on the football field this year after going through whatever he's going through, and they can start to build that connection back up, that duo back up. But as of right now, I can't put them in the top 10 duos in the NFL. When it comes to not just their position, but every position out there?
Every position.
No. How does that mean when you're sober, man?
Yeah, no, it's just, they're, like you said, they're not there yet. And then, so the conversation sort of evolved, and you had said you think the best combination here moving forward with the Broncos should be Sutton and Waddle.
Yes, sir. It needs to be. Not should be. It needs to be. Mr. Waddle, Mr. Sutton, step into my office. If you are going to win a Super Bowl this year, or at least get there, you guys are going to have to do your part. You guys are going to have to create that separation for each other to help out the run game and that number 3 receiver, which could be Pat Bryant or Troy Franklin.
All right, so it makes sense. I think it makes sense. But I also think you forgot where you came from.
Oh.
You forgot where you came from.
Oh, I'm sleeping in those silk sheets. You damn right I did.
You damn right I did.
I got my money. I was gone.
My God. Oh, my God. I love it. James Brown had a line like that. The old singer James Brown, across the tracks, and I turned my back.
So what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about, Willis? What's going on?
Well, I think that the best case scenario, right? Now your case might end up being the reality of the situation where the best duo on the Broncos is Sutton and Waddle. I mean, the argument is there to be made. But if I'm thinking about the best case for the Denver Broncos, I think the best case duo for the Denver Broncos is J.K. Dobbins and Jonah Coleman.
Oh, so I thought you were going to go like J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, but so you're going to go J.K. Dobbins and Jonah Coleman.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been brewing on this one, sitting there thinking, huh?
I think that I'll continue to say I think R.J. Harvey is a weapon and he's got a real role in this offense.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's ever going to become a down-to-down running back in the NFL.
Yeah, his style, running inside. If you can't run inside in the NFL, you are not going to last as a true bell cow back in this league. But that doesn't mean you can't make it for 8-10 years.
Yes.
I see a lot of running backs all the time. Rex Burkhead being one of them.
There you go. That's a good one.
That has carved out a role for himself, played for 10 or 11 years, made a lot of money, and he's healthier than somebody even like myself that got to run in between the tackles for 3-4 years.
And because I'm mostly accepting that to be true, and as always with new information, I'll reserve the right to change my mind.
Yeah.
If Harvey starts running in between the tackles and has success, I'll shift accordingly. But there's a reason they drafted Jonah Coleman, right? And I think that at the running back position, and you're maybe the best example in recent memory, at the running back position, guys can come in the league and kick the door down. With no experience,
Sure, it's just easy. Just do it. It's so easy a caveman can do it, ZB. I get you.
No. Although we do see that success at the running back spot happen the earliest, I think, maybe of any position.
It's a lot of instinct. It's a lot of relying on your offensive line, setting it up, breaking a tackle. It's not like a corner where you're backpedaling all damn day, trying to stick with these 6'3", 6'4" receivers that can run 4.3s.
Yeah,
I get you.
And so it's like the anti-tight end. Well, like tight end, you have so much to learn, and you're sometimes an extra offensive lineman, sometimes you're run blocking, sometimes you're pass catching and route running and all this stuff. So because I accept that to be mostly true, and please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying playing running back is easy.
Oh, I know. I got my goons ready for you, ZB. After this show, they're going to come whoop that butt.
I would never say that because every position in the NFL is hard. But within that spectrum, we do see success happen oftentimes early for running backs. And so I think best case scenario is J.K. Dobbins and Jonah Coleman, and you are anguishing over who to give the football to. And that balances this offense more. Do I think the Broncos need to have the number one passing attempts in the NFL? No. I could argue I don't think that's a healthy setup. So we're looking for the team to be more balanced, offense to defense.
Yeah.
But within the offense, I think I'm looking for more balance too with a not run first approach, because you're not going to get with quarterbacks calling the plays. And Davis Webb and Sean Payton, they see the game.
Yeah, they're going to pass.
Yeah, they see the game through the eyes of a quarterback. But
yes, sir.
I'm hoping that they're like, man, like this run game, just leaning into it and kind of just diversifying things.
I love that you went with the run game. I can't get on board with Jonah Ellis right now.
No, Jonah Coleman.
Oh, Jonah Coleman.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
We got a couple
Jonah Coleman.
Jonas.
Yeah. And I can't get on board with that because, one, we don't know what we're going to get out of Jonah Coleman, but I do know what we're going to get out of Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle if they can stay healthy, right? That's where I'm going with this. One, when it comes to Bo Nix, he has a great chemistry and connection with Courtland Sutton. On third downs, he's going to our man Courtland Sutton.
Yep.
All right, now you're adding in Jalen Waddle, this dynamic receiver that can run every route in the route tree. All right, if you go and you line up against Jalen Waddle, you're going to hurt your knees. And you're going to need that the athletic director or the athletic trainer that we have out here.
Yeah, we have a athletic trainer from CSU here.
Well, you're going to need him if you have to line up against Jalen Waddle because of how fast, how quick, and how smooth he is with his routes. The last time we got to a Super Bowl, 2015, all right, you had Peyton Manning, but you had Demaryius Thomas, who when I look at Courtland Sutton reminds me of, and you had Emmanuel Sanders, E-Man, and he reminds me of Jalen Waddle. And both of those receivers went for 1,000 yards.
They did.
And they were both really dominant, helping Peyton Manning out. in this case right now, it's Bo Nix, it's Cortland Sutton, it's Jalen Waddle helping each other out. That trio, if they can get on that same page, they're going to take pressure off that defense this year because the defense needs help.
Totally.
All right, the defense has been holding up this team for 2 straight years.
Yep.
It's been too long. It's been a long, long time coming. And now it's time for the offense to do their part, and it starts with Cortland Sutton, Jalen Waddle. Why? Because last year, Sean Payton had the most passing attempts with Bo Nix in the NFL.
He did.
He's going to try to do it again because it's Davis Webb, and Davis Webb is young. Okay, he wants to let it rip.
He wants to let it rip.
He wants to let it rip. And they're going to try to do that with Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton. Those two have to be on the same page.
All right, if you want to react to any of that conversation, you can hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 or our YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda. The Broncos defense was the backbone of a team that reached the AFC title game, but they were terrible in one of the most crucial areas in the entire sport. And we'll talk about it next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last stop, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health, but then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From the FIFA World Cup